Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
That's right. Yes. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. And we have made it to Friday. Congrats. We did it. State Fair is today. Summer League started for your Sacramento Kings. The hype train rolls on for Maxime Raynaud. The legend continues. Nique Clifford putting on his cape to beat the Orlando Magic. Great game as he closes it out for your Sacramento Kings. Vegas is hot. We're on the way. Half the station on the way to Vegas. The other half of the station, they might be in Tahoe as they have that golf tournament going on up there. What a great day to be in the 916. And look, it goes without saying, of course I'm going to overreact to Summer League. Are you kidding me? Are you crazy? Who do you think I am? Who do you think you are? I am. It is time to overreact to Summer League. You know why? Because why the bleep not? Why would I not overreact to Summer League? Why would I not overreact to Maxime Raynaud stealing the basketball, running the break, dunking, splashing threes? Why would I not overreact to Maxime Raynaud? Why would I not overreact to Nique Clifford closing out the ball game, putting the clamps on the Magic, showing he can shoot that? I packed that thing too. I can shoot that thing too. He can get to the rim. He can take some middies. He can do some things. Why would I not overreact to that on a Friday? We could be sitting here talking about, oh my goodness, they look bad against dudes that we don't even know if they're going to be in the league. No, they look like they belong. And this is what Scott Perry has been talking about. I want grown men. Remember that? Who was that from Oklahoma State? I'm a man. I'm 40. They're men. They're 22, 23 years old. Scott Perry says, I'm using the draft to get impact players because we have to. We cannot afford to take a swing on an 18, 19-year-old. And later in the draft, that's what we do. Now, don't get me wrong. I do believe that Maxime Raynaud was a bit of a home run swing because he has higher upside, in my opinion, than some of the other second-rounders taken. But it was as we talk about Vegas, it was a calculated risk. That's what it was, right? You're up a little bit. Your numbers hit a couple times in roulette. Okay, I'm going to put my chips in my pocket. I got a couple chips in my pocket, and I'm going to bet what I have what I have on the table. But then if that's gone, if I go cold, I'm out of there. That's what it is. You got Thunder Valley, Sky River, Red Hawk. That's what you do. You take calculated risks, and that's exactly what Scott Perry has done, and it paid off. Why wouldn't we overreact to that? Answer me, because I know, it's just Summer League. No, this is Sacramento Kings, okay? We've been through a lot. I was joking yesterday when I was going off. Somebody said, Allen had the line of the day when somebody said, Allen, you haven't been out here. I've been dealing with this for 15 years. I want to see winning. And I said, well, I've been here for 2, and I'm sick of it already. we got to make a change, just like Tupac said. We got to make a change. And the change may have started last night. Let me see it right now. 84 points, okay. It wasn't an offensive explosion, but that's to be expected out of Summer League. Let's get right to the box score, man. Hot Honey Jones, happy birthday, my guy. Friend of the show. 11 points, 3 assists, 6 rebounds. Board man gets paid. Maxime Raynaud, goodness gracious. The Frenchman strikes again. 16 points, 2 of 5 from three-point land, 6 of 11 from the field, 6 rebounds, 2 assists, 1 steal, and a highlight. All of the starters were in the positive or plus minus. Okay, only a couple players weren't. Nique Clifford, 17 points, 5 of 12 from the field, 1 of 3 from three-point range. He gets to the line 10 times. That's something we just don't see. That's something we just don't see. You get in the weight room, you drink your muscle milk, you get to the free throw line. That's a grown man. I'm a man. I'm 40. Devin Carter, quiet night. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to try to gas it up. But he still did some nice things defensively. 0 of 4 from three-point land, 2 of 14 from the field. He had 8 points, 4 of 5 from the free throw line. He struggled a little bit from the free throw line last season. Only 2 assists. So Devin Carter, he struggled. Okay. Look, like I said, Devin Carter's playing with the most pressure, right? Obviously, we know pressure can do two things. It can burst pipes, it can make diamonds. So we'll see what happens, but we're going to keep an eye on that. Mason Jones, a grizzled vet, 17 points, 3 of 7 from three-point range, 5 of 10 from the field. He had 5 assists, so he was doing a lot of that playmaking as well. I liked what I saw on Devin Carter's driving kicks. I like that a lot. So a lot of things to be happy about. Isaiah Crawford, Daquan Plowden, Dylan Cardwell. Look, he's a defensive guy. We talked about it yesterday. He's a defensive guy. But they get the W undefeated. Where's the banner? Where is the banner?
Allen, this is Sacramento. We have a proud history of real, legitimate Summer League championships. We don't get excited about one victory. This is about pulling championships in the Summer League. The first team ever to win 3 Summer League titles is what we're looking for.
Shine the rings now. Shine the rings now. Go get your different ring sizes. Go get fitted. You know, you take your girl. Hey, are you a size 7? Whatever you are. Go get fitted at wherever in Vegas. There's jewelers everywhere. Go get fitted right now, Sacramento. Go get fitted. Maxime Raynaud, what's your ring size? Okay? Nique Clifford, what's your ring size? Because we're ready, man. I didn't even watch, Bronny and Cooper Flag. Yeah, I turned to that after. And maybe I had it going on my laptop. But we're not talking about no Cooper Flag and Bronny. We're talking about the real deal, okay? You come to Vegas, this is our town. This is Sacramento Kings town when you come to Vegas and you play Summer League. So great stuff. The hype train rolls on, and I don't want to hear it. You know how, who was it? Kyle Draper, and I am going to find him in Vegas. Kyle Draper, you don't want to do hypothetical trades. That's a different show. If you don't want to be on the summer hype train, that's a different show. Because we're on the Summer League hype train, and we're doing hypothetical trades. That's what we do on this show, dang it.
Allen Stiles Show, hypothetical trades and overanalyzing Summer League.
That's what we do. It's Friday. Obviously, I'm having a good time right now. And we got 4 hours with you. And I'm really excited. Y'all know I get Kyle type of nerdy when it comes to having baseball people on. And to use a basketball expression, Jason Ross gave me the alley-oop. I get a call yesterday. Everything went really well at Kids Care Dental, baby styles, toddler styles. She did outstanding, great stuff over there. They will take care of your kids, and they do it in a really fun way. They also have Nintendo, by the way. Kyle has never seen, they have original Nintendo at the Kids Care Dental in Natomas.
You think that's for the parents?
We were done shooting the promo. Her appointment was over. I was still playing Nintendo.
Yeah,
so
that's what I thought.
Shout out to Kids Care Dental. But I get a call as we're leaving. We go get some pizza. Like I said, my dad was in town. We had a great time. I get a call, and it's Jason Ross. Oh, my goodness. Jason Ross, what could this be about? Jason only calls on some business. You know what I mean? And Jason says, hey, based on schedules, looks like Jacob Wilson is available. Would you want him on your show at 11? Yes, Jason. I would love to have all-star starter shortstop Jacob Wilson on the Allen Stiles Show. So that's coming up at 11 o'clock. Really excited to have Jacob Wilson on. Brendan Nunez is going to join us live from Vegas. That's at 11:30 as we discuss how he'll probably calm down the hype train a little bit, but that's okay. Okay, I'll get him rehyped when I'm out there tomorrow. So that's coming up at 11:30. And founder, content guy for the No Ceilings, which is really, really big. It's a huge, huge website that continues to grow, and we've had writers on from them before. Tyler Rucker, who is a Bay Area guy, I just found out because when I got his number, I said, oh, we got the same area code. So Tyler Rucker is going to join us at 12:30 to give his thoughts on Summer League. And I guarantee you, I shouldn't say I guarantee you, I just started talking to the guy yesterday, but I feel like the hype train is going to roll on with Tyler Rucker when we talk to him at 12:30. So a heck of a show for you today. But Kyle, look, Herb Jones got paid. We'll discuss that as well. Jalen Williams got paid yesterday. We didn't even get around to that. You had Scott Perry. We're going to try to pull some of that sound. I know it was through TV, but Scott Perry was interviewed, and he confirmed, I'm be honest with you, he confirmed, if you didn't catch it, they are still looking. He said a lot of things, okay? One of the things he did say, though, is that they are still looking for a point guard in some capacity, right? So that was confirmed. He also said he was excited that Nique Clifford is going to, take on some of the point guard duties. But he did say that the Kings still looking for a point guard in some capacity. All right. And this was one of the quotes. I'm watching Nique Clifford in our practices. He's comfortable handling the ball. And I think he's going to eventually grow into somebody that can at least give us some minutes, maybe in a backup capacity at that point guard position. He said that, but in that same sitting, he also said Kings are going to continue to look at the point guard position. Why? And I know I'm in a good mood. I'm not trying to ruin my good mood, but I don't get it, Kyle.
Well, and your guy Drapes spilled the news yesterday that a certain point guard is angling to come to Sacramento.
I gotta be respect. Look, we don't know if he's going to join. We'll see what happens. I'm gonna say it like that. We'll see what happens, because when I look at the list of things that the Sacramento Kings need, campaign is not on the list.
Just a point guard to fill 10 minutes.
And he's a lefty, so shout out lefties, but hey.
Would you, let me just throw this out there. Are you more getting up for campaign or bringing back Markelle Fultz?
Oh, my.
Okay, that you answered the question right there.
What?
Campaign or Markelle Fultz is the choices.
You know what that was? That was me in algebra class. When I look at the multiple choice answers, and the answer that I came up with is not one of the multiple choice answers. And I'm thinking, am I one off? What's going on here?
It's either Chris Paul, Russell Westbrook, and then you look at the sheet and it's like campaign, Markelle Fultz. What is happening now?
Come on, man. But no, look, if they brought one of them back, look, we'd love to have them on the show, but it's not about that.
No,
it's just about the position. Yeah. I just don't think that we've been over this week. I just don't think the Kings need another point guard. I think this thing is getting way overblown now.
Well,
overblown. And
between Nique Clifford and potentially Devin Carter, and if Malik Monk is coming back on this team, then you have plenty of quote-unquote secondary ball handlers, but we'll also see how they choose to use that last one or possibly two roster spots, depending on what Terrence Davis does.
Speaking of Malik Monk, Sam Vecini had some things to say about a potential trade that he thinks could put pressure on the Warriors in the Kuminga sweepstakes, if you will. And it involves an old friend of Sacramento and Malik Monk, a swap there. So we will tell you who that is. And
I'm a pizza guy.
We'll ask the question whether or not you would want to do that. And I'm going to give my own spoiler alert. I don't think most of you will. But that was what Sam Vecini had to say. Somebody in Milwaukee for Malik Monk. So we will discuss that as well. Getting back to the Summer League, and obviously we're having a lot of fun to start the show. If you got paid today, go out there and treat yourself. Look, typically I only have one deep fried Snickers. A fair season.
Each state fair season?
Right, a fair season. Because normally we'll go to the county fair, and I'll probably have one, and or the state fair, and I'll have one. I'm going to see Ludacris tonight at the state fair. I'm feeling good. I got Vegas tomorrow. I might get another deep fried Snickers.
Sure.
Bleep my arteries, honestly.
Treat yourself, Allen.
That's right.
You got two beautiful children soon. Who cares?
Who cares, man? I got nothing to lose.
Nothing. Just to fill your arteries with deep fried Snickers. I've never done the deep fried Snickers, but deep fried Oreos, I remember as a kid, I thought was cool.
There you go. So with all that being said, we're having a lot of fun here, and last night was just fun. And maybe let's just keep it simple. That was the theme of all the, how the show started yesterday. And I'm standing on everything I said, but how the show started yesterday, it needed to be said, right? That's what we do here. We say how we feel. You call in, you say how you feel. and we'll either agree or disagree, but we'll all be friends in the morning. There's a texter, and we go back and forth all the time. The texter, and they say, Allen, didn't know you were having another kiddo. I'm a girl dad, 3 girls, right? That texter never agrees with anything I say. So we keep it respectful. We keep it in between the lines when we're talking Sacramento Kings, but we can all go home and enjoy our lives and our families. With all that being said, yesterday was just fun, man. Last night was just fun. A New Hope. You know I love my Star Wars. That was Star Wars episode whatever. They go forward and backwards. It confuses me. That was A New Hope. I remember I read that book, A New Hope, right either before or after I saw the movie with Luke Skywalker. I needed my blue lightsaber. Last night was Sacramento Kings, A New Hope. And it was beautiful. It was beautiful. I don't care if they're playing other college guys and John Elmore. I don't care if these are a lot of players that aren't going to be in the NBA. Last night just showed hope. And we know Summer League, Jason was naming off names during the crosstalk. Some of these guys, they don't end up doing anything. They could be Summer League MVP. I saw Scal Labissiere is still doing his thing at 29 years old for the Magic. Shout out to Scal. We love him. But last night just felt fun. And it was, for me, fun that I don't think I've had with the Sacramento Kings in a while, right? And there were some good moments last season. The 7-game winning streak. The 7-game winning streak. Help me out, Kyle.
I made that whole one shining moment of great moments. Come on.
That's right. With the 7-game winning streak.
DeRozan's buzzer beater against the Mavericks.
Buzzer beater. So there were some good moments.
We had Royale.
But at the same time, you knew, we're not really doing anything, right? Last night, watching these young Bucks do their thing, with the purple and black on their jersey, Sacramento on their jersey, playing free, just playing for the love of the game.
We had that one time Zach LaVine had 38 points.
That's right. That's what it's all about, man. That is why you became a Sacramento Kings fan. Moments like that. Maybe you were with your son watching the game. Maybe you were with your daughter. Maybe you were with your brother, your sister, your friend, your significant other. And you're watching last night, and you got your friend. Everyone's got that friend in the group chat saying, dude, it's just Summer League. And you say, you know what? You're right. But I don't care. I don't give a you-know-what. Because it just felt good. I was in there watching with my dad, and I tell you, my dad doesn't really follow sports like that. Yeah, he loves sports. He loves what comes with watching sports, I should say. But he doesn't follow sports like that. He's like, Allen, it's summer. These games don't even count, right? Because he doesn't know. These games don't even count, right? No, Dad, they don't count. But I don't care. And he saw Maxime Raynaud. And you know what? My father started drinking the Kool-Aid too. He said, you said he went to Stanford? Now he's looking him up. That's what it's all about, man. And 916-339-1140. We got a lot of guests today on the show, and headlined by Jacob Wilson, all-star starter. And we're really excited about that. But we want to hear from you too. Because so often, and I'm guilty of it, I hold myself to, I'm the dude that keeps it real, right? That's kind of my brand out here. But I can drink the Kool-Aid too. I like the red kind, personally. Not too much sugar, though. I'm already having a deep fried Snickers.
Your arteries are already in trouble.
I'm already cooked. So that's what it's all about, man. And Maxime Raynaud, honestly, though, this is what you want out of your guys. A lot of these summer league players aren't going to be on NBA rosters. So you should look a certain type of way. During our crosstalk yesterday with Whitey Gleason, what did he say? He said, these guys, they should look like they don't belong. I'm paraphrasing. They should look like they don't belong. They did. Maxime Raynaud looked like he did not belong in the summer league in game 1. Nique Clifford was focusing on some other things. He's doing some playmaking, things like that. That fourth quarter, and even the way he got to the line, what was it? He took 10 free throws. He looked like he did not belong in summer league. I'm not saying these guys are going to get, because Cooper Flag will get shut down at some point, right? The elder statesmen, they get shut down. Hey, the second year guy like Tristan Da Silva, who looked good. He looked good, man. And Chris Watkins was all over Tristan Da Silva going into last season's draft. But so he might get shut down, guys like that. I'm just saying, these dudes look exactly how we all hoped they'd look. They didn't look overmatched. They didn't look like the lights were too bright, just like Jared Allen said, the lights were brighter than I expected. They didn't look like that. They looked like they were ready to give people some hope, a new hope. And that's what I felt watching the game last night. Again, you had just 16 points from Maxime, 17 from Nique. I just love saying Nique, by the way. 17 from Mason Jones, 11 from Isaac Jones on the eve of his birthday. It's just outstanding stuff, man. And we'll see what happens. I'm going to be out there for the next one. I'm going to be in the building. And if they go off again, the hype train, Brendan, I can understand why Jaber doesn't want to run into me because I am going to hey, man, it's Sacramento Kings. We going off. We really doing it. If they go off, I'm finding Shams. Shams, when are we writing about the Sacramento Kings?
By we, I mean me. Right.
Me.
You.
Frankie Cardicelli would say, Allen, you got to relax. You have to relax. And Chris Watkins just going to be laughing the whole time. Please let them go off again on Saturday.
Against your guy, Matas?
Please. Oh, my goodness. This is what dreams are made of, man. This is what dreams are made of.
You get to watch Matas Buzelas.
Then after that, I'll probably go to Guy and Kyle in the 1 o'clock hour. We're going to talk about, because I do Vegas a lot. Not a lot, but I get out there.
It's a strange flex.
I get out there.
You have done it, 3 times since I've known you, which is less than 2 years.
There you go. I'll find a way.
Maybe there's a 4th one I don't know about, but I know 3.
So I'm going to enjoy another great game from the Sacramento Kings. I'm going to go get my trash can nachos from Guy Fieri's restaurant. Shout out Guy, NorCal great.
Is trash can nachos like the term for it, or they're just bad?
No. They're served in not a trash can, but a big, I guess, container that looks like a mini trash can. And then they're served essentially upside down, and then they pull off the can, and then the nachos kind of sit like a tower.
I feel like, again, trash can nachos, we need a better branding on that.
And you better follow me on social media because it's going crazy the whole time I'm out there. And this show is going crazy. Am I going crazy to think that maybe the Kings needed 1 point guard, but they don't need 4? Let's talk about what Scott Perry had to say when we return. And fine, maybe we'll get to Cooper and Bronny. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Turn up the heat with Sky River's $130,000 Blackjack Tournament, happening every Wednesday from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Join for a chance to share in $10,000 in prizes with a guaranteed weekly winner of $5,000 in promotional chips. The first entry is free for Sky River Rewards members, plus rebuy for just $50. Visit skyriver.com for complete details. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or over.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with the special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Low Cash, Vincent Mason, and Avery Anna. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo.
Sponsored by Tricks Racing Cage, Chicken Fingers, and Naturewood Home Furnishings. Tickets at CITPFest.com.
Get ready to leap tall buildings in a single bound as DC Comics' Superman, the IMAX experience, flies onto the Esquire IMAX Theater 6-story screen in downtown Sacramento.
No matter what you do to me, Luther, your plans won't work.
The Man of Steel is back. It's the beginning of a whole new adventure for Clark Kent. Grab the family and experience Superman's new epic adventure filled with hope. Get your reserved seats today at IMAX.com/Sacramento.
Hey, buddy. Eyes up here.
Superman, the IMAX experience, playing this week on the largest screen in Sacramento, the Esquire IMAX Theater.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Let's go. Let's go. Kyle, you should have came out to Vegas, man.
I'm good. When I was a kid, I used to think, oh, Summer League is so cool. I want to go every year. And now that I'm an adult, I'm like, it doesn't.
Did you ever go?
I've never been. I've never been to Vegas, period.
Wow. I mean, 8 Mile, Vegas, Malibu's Most Wanted. Found out my wife hadn't watched Malibu's Most Wanted, and she lost some points. You know how I rank my family? She lost some points.
How does the unborn child weigh into these rankings yet?
She's number 1.
Above the cats?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Just wanted to make sure.
Ella actually might be number 1 right now after her showing at Kids Care Dental. She was a rock star.
Excellent.
So
love that.
That's right.
In my defense, though, for not doing Vegas, I'm also not legally allowed to do anything in Vegas. So,
How old are you?
Like, 15 years old.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. And I'm just very confused, people. I'm still very confused about this point guard thing. Again, Scott Perry, some great notes yesterday on the broadcast, and good on him for kind of sitting down with the guys at NBA TV and giving some good information. A couple of things that he said, right? And this made me feel good. I'm watching, here's a quote, I'm watching Nique Clifford in our practices. He's comfortable handling the ball, and I think he's going to eventually grow into somebody that can at least give us some minutes, maybe in a backup capacity at that point guard position. He also went on to say that the Kings are still looking for a point guard. I had this note from the interview as well, and it was interesting because, look, I'm not going to attach it to any names, right? But he said this as he was kind of giving his thoughts on how they want to build their offense and what they want to do. And here's the quote: if you're pounding the air out of the basketball, that's going to be easier to defend. If you're pounding the air out of the basketball, that's going to be easier to defend. Which is funny, just based on, again, I don't know what conversations are being had, but the whole DeMar DeRozan stepping into his office thing, we did see a lot of that last season. So I'm wondering what conversations have been had either with him or with DeMar or just in general, because again, this is the stuff that I kind of keep catching where it's either the sustainable success, right? Building something and then going and getting somebody who's 31, 32 years old. And now it's, we don't want an offense where you just pound the air out of the back, which nobody does want that. No one's going to say, yeah, we love when the ball doesn't move at all, but we want a offense that's going to be free flowing and it's hopping and it's skipping. I guess the ... of that maybe he didn't say is, but when we need it, and this is kind of what Doug Christie said, when they break down the shot clock into, what is it, 3 parts, hey, it's a butter situation, even though Jake LaRavia is gone now, it just felt like the butter situation. It just felt like the butter situation, which is when, hey, there's 5 seconds left, whatever it is, or maybe 8 seconds. Now we have to just make sure we get a bucket. It felt like the butter situation was dang near every single position. Butter situation. There, every possession. So that's when I heard him say that, I'm just looking around thinking, DeMar DeRozan is on the team, right?
Well, think back to the Beam Team season, which was at the time the number 1 offensive rating in the history of the NBA. It was a lot of one person is dribbling the ball, De'Aaron Fox, or anyone else who's dribbling is just dribbling in a straight line to the basket, right? You're either driving or you are a primary facilitator or primary ball handler situation. What's unique about the Kings is that they have wings that are not primary ball handlers, but play well with the ball in their hands, doing the dribble, go into your office situation.
I'm going to be honest with you. We watched Zach LaVine. I watched every game since Zach LaVine has been on the Kings. I don't know what Zach LaVine wants. I don't know what he wants offensively. The DHO thing, obviously, hey, yeah, I didn't do a lot of DHO stuff in in Chicago, and when he has the ball a lot, I just don't really know. When I heard that, somebody was saying, well, they have 2 people that do that with Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan. I know DeMar DeRozan does do that. He likes to, like I said, step into his office, get the defender on his hip and go from there. I don't know what Zach LaVine, I just know he can shoot threes and he's got a quick trigger and he can get hot, but I wouldn't put Zach LaVine in the same conversation. I also am still trying to figure out who Zach LaVine is as an offensive player.
They just do it in different ways.
Yeah.
It's not, it's not like you're either this or this. They do it differently, and Zach LaVine's game is honestly more suited to the modern NBA, which just means he can shoot 42% from 3. Therefore, you don't have to worry about is DeRozan going to have his foot on the line, or is DeRozan going to take mid-range jumpers, and how efficient is that in the long run when everyone else is shooting threes? Again, it's just a different style. It's somewhere in the middle. But the underlying point is that their 2 starting wings are both playmakers from the wing, not what they used to have, which was Harrison Barnes spot-up shooting, Malik Monk either spot-up shooting or just driving straight to the basket, or Keegan Murray spot-up shooting and driving straight to the basket.
You know what the funny thing is? It's almost like everybody needs a DeMar DeRozan in the 4th quarter. Because the 4th quarter, everything changes, right? Backsides get tight, palms get sweaty, mom spaghetti, all of that. It's not as free-flowing as it is in the first 3 quarters. I would even say the first, you kind of just need a DeMar DeRozan in the second half. Second half of basketball, and I would even add onto that playoff basketball, is just different, right? But DeMar DeRozan, to have that as an all-game thing, that's the issue. Because if you move on, I would say everybody would take a DeMar DeRozan on their team. If you were to look at how other teams view DeMar DeRozan's value as a whole versus in the 4th quarter, there are so many teams. Like I said, if DeMar DeRozan was on the Rockets, they beat the Warriors, in my opinion. That's just how I feel. And you can, not you, Kyle, but anybody could agree with me or disagree with me, because you would have had him in those moments. Now, do you need that to happen all the time? No. DeMar DeRozan for the first 3 quarters, that's not modern basketball. But you still need to go back to your roots and have that bucket getter. That was the 2016 Warriors, right? Those fourth quarters, Steph he's a unanimous MVP, but he wasn't a bucket getter. And before anybody freaks out at me, Draymond said this himself. The bucket getting is not, we didn't have that in the same way. Now you didn't need KD, but you go out and get one of those guys.
Yeah, you needed a wing, and you ended up getting like an eagle.
Yes, exactly. So the DeMar DeRozan thing is interesting, because you do need, if you move on from DeMar DeRozan, I guarantee you, whether it's for Kyle Kuzma, whether it would have been for Cam Johnson or John Collins, we would have had, I would say, at least 10 moments going into next season. If for some odd reason, because who knows what the Jazz flip DeMar DeRozan, here's John Collins, here's PJ Washington. If the Kings did that and they went and got Dennis Schroeder the same way we said, at least 10 times I would be sitting in this chair in 2026, and we would have been saying, man, maybe more than 10. Man, that game, we just didn't have a closer. The problem is, you need that in that moment. You don't need it all game long. And that's kind of the conundrum that the Kings are in. And I would say that's why DeMar DeRozan's value is so confusing, and why we'd rather have a closer than lose a closer for Terry Rozier in 2 seconds.
So here's where I would just push back a little bit on what you're saying about not needing it all game long. You might not need it the entire game, but you do need it in spurts. And it's why I think the most valuable skill set in the NBA is a bucket getter, which we talk about. DeMar DeRozan, professional bucket getter, that's Mark Jones's thing. What a bucket getter is in the NBA, and there's not a lot of them, is just other teams on a 7-0 run, just give me the ball, get a bucket.
Yeah,
doesn't matter how.
The bleeding. Yes, you can stop the bleeding. It's kind of like a Band-Aid. Hey, let's slow this down a bit.
Which I think this is, well, I guess this was, but still is, the great skill set of De'Aaron Fox. We saw it so many times in Sacramento, where it's just like, hey, the other team gets a bucket, we just throw it out in transition. He's either gonna drive to the basket, reverse layup, drive to the basket, stop, hit a floater, drive to the basket, pull up at the free throw line, shoot. Just get a bucket in so many different ways is such a unique skill set. They talked about this during the finals with Shea. Shea can get a bucket at all 3 levels and play make at all 3 levels. And to do it at an elite level at all 3 levels, at the basket, in the mid-range, and at the three-point line, is what makes Shai Gilgeous-Alexander the MVP of the league. You don't even have to be elite at all 3 levels, but if you can get your own bucket at all 3 levels at a above average rate, then you're going to make $250 million in the NBA, because it's such a unique skill set that DeMar DeRozan has, De'Aaron Fox has, I would say Jamal Murray has. There's probably a Jason Tatum has it. Like, there's players on every team that can get buckets like that.
Right.
But when you don't have one, to your point, it is glaringly obvious that you don't have one.
And maybe and I guess somebody would argue it could be Malik Monk, but you losing DeMar DeRozan and then saying our closer is Malik Monk and or Zach LaVine, I just don't think would hit the same. But hey, maybe you'd be in more situations with a better offense that made more sense, where you wouldn't have to be in as many closing situations. Let's keep the conversation going on the other side. 916-339-1140 call line and text line. When we return, does all this mean that DeMar DeRozan is on the way out? Maybe there's been a discussion. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This summer, the heat keeps coming on the Sactown Sports Live events calendar. Kicking off when Third Eye Blind and Neon Trees light up the stage on July 25th at the venue at Thunder Valley. Then head up to the lake for not one, but 2 nights with Old Dominion, August 1st and 2nd at the Lake Tahoe Amphitheater at Caesars Republic. And come right back up August 17th for Glass Animals. On August 21st, flash back to your favorite decade with Lost 80s Rewind featuring Flock of Seagulls at Thunder Valley Resort and Casino. Then get weird with the one and only Weird Al Yankovic live at the Lake Tahoe Amphitheater at Caesars Republic on August 24th. On August 29th, Japanese Breakfast takes the stage at the all-new Channel 24 music venue in downtown Sacramento. And don't miss the legendary Darius Rucker bringing the country heat to the Lake Tahoe Amphitheater at Caesars Republic on September 13th. For tickets and more details, keep it right here on Sacktown Sports or visit sacktownsports.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, I'm Allen Stiles. Have an injury? Call Downtown. Downtown LA Law Group, an injury law firm, has many happy clients in Sacramento and the surrounding areas who have called Downtown. Get paid for your injuries from slip and falls or auto accidents. One of their most recent settlements was $1.5 million for a motorcycle accident. Have you had an auto accident? Call Downtown. Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. And visit them at calldowntown.com.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal, you should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Visit BigOTires.com for this week's specials. We have sets of 4 tires starting at just $400, plus service specials that include oil change, tire rotation, and more. With our low price guarantee, drive away knowing you got the best deal on the road. Get details at BigOTires.com.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
Oh, yeah. That's another one. Getting ready for Vegas out here. I was talking to Brendan Nunez and Fred Carticelli this morning. Brendan's going to join us at 12 o'clock. We are ready to go. Chris Watkins takes off, and I think he's about to take off in about 15 minutes. Speaking of, in 15 minutes, we will be joined by A's All-Star shortstop, the first A's All-Star starter since 2014. Do you know who it was, Kyle?
I do, but that was because they said it at the A's game the other day.
Josh Donaldson.
Yes,
2014, the first A's All-Star starter, Jacob Wilson. And now Chris Verlade has made me change my line of questioning. I will not be asking Jacob Wilson because my plan was to kind of joke and say, man, when's the last time I was going to read off his stats and say, Jacob Wilson, 335, his on-base percentage. When's the last time you slumped? And Chris Verlade said, well, what if you say that and then he does slump? So I will not be asking him that question.
Oh, you're worried about jinxing it.
Yes. And yeah,
I mean,
I can't do it now.
He's an all-star starter, one of the best shortstops in baseball, but I will say, wasn't he batting like 360 earlier this year?
I mean, that's still he's batting 335 now. That's insane.
I mean, I'm just saying, he was at like 360, 370. Him and Aaron Judge were battling it out for the batting champ title.
Kyle, in this day and age, you're going to get on somebody from dropping from 370 to 335 when we got people hitting 220.
I'm just saying, man, Jacob.
Don't tell Will Clark that. Don't get Will Clark started, man.
That Jacob Wilson, quite possibly the best hitter in baseball this season, not named Aaron Judge, is maybe not having as good of a June as he had in May or August.
Ridiculous. 335 batting average, 379 on base percentage, OPS 847, 9 home runs, 111 hits, 43 runs. And we will get confirmation, as he was hit by a pitch a couple days ago. We will get confirmation whether or not he feels like he's going to play. I feel good about it. I know the x-rays were negative, and this has happened to him a couple times this season. So we will get confirmation whether or not Jacob Wilson will be playing. So really excited for that coming up in less than 15 minutes now. And that will lead us into a conversation about Sam Vecini and what he had to say. And we will reveal who it is he thinks Malik Monk could maybe should have a conversation about being traded for in Milwaukee. And I don't think people are going to like it. And part of this is just to put pressure on the Warriors and Jonathan Kuminga. So that's all coming up at 11 o'clock as we were having a discussion about DeMar DeRozan, the point guard position and things like that. So, when I posted his quote, Scott Perry, about the dribbling the air out of the basketball, somebody responded and saying, well, they have 2 ISO players. Kyle, do you view Zach LaVine as an ISO player?
No, because he can also play in the flow of an offense.
Yeah, I don't view the Kings as having 2 starters that are ISO players. I view the Kings of having 1 in DeMar DeRozan. And does this maybe mean that, and Chris Watkins was on this, and this isn't from a sourced conversation type of deal, but Chris Watkins was on the show yesterday for about an hour. Go check that out on the YouTube Sacktown Sports app, the TuneIn app as well, and just said, hey, maybe there was a conversation, and it's just, hey, we like you in the building. The prices, we can't do, you're worth more than Terry Rozier in 2 seconds, and we both know that. So let's just both play the game and play the game the right way, and let's see what happens at the trade deadline and kind of go from there. So I tend to agree with Chris. We haven't seen or heard any straight up declarations either way, the same way we did with De'Aaron Fox. Hey, they're having a meeting, or, Clutch is in town, they're having a meeting. But I would imagine, we're in July now, I would imagine conversations have happened, and maybe it's, hey, if the market was better, we would be having a different conversation. Let's just revisit this in the off season. And hey, we got you a point. In the meantime, we did get you a point guard. There's a new coach. We're getting a full off season. You're training with guys down at USC. So we might be okay. I don't know that, we're going to win a championship, but we might be in a better spot than we were last season. And if February rolls around and we're not, somebody will be, and we can get better value for you and try to come to a better understanding. But sorry, DeMar, we can't do Terry Rozier in 2 seconds for you. That's just bad business.
Sure. And this is kind of the interesting place that the Kings find themselves in. We've been talking about it for months. There's an argument to be made that without a training camp last year, changing the roster up midseason, an interim coach who also didn't have the protections and guarantees of the full-time job, that the team was not put in a position to succeed, and they still went, 15-17 the rest of the way?
Yeah.
So you could make the argument that with a point guard, with a full training camp, with a greater understanding of role, and the addition of young players like Maxime Raynaud, Nique Clifford, Devin Carter, who I know played a little bit last year, but was obviously 30 games and battling injuries. With the addition of those players, you have a better opportunity to win games immediately. Yeah. It's not going to be like a slow burn situation, because this group of 5 players have all had about a half a season together. I think it's an optimistic outlook going into the season, and it will all resolve itself by January. But to your point, it's hard to break from the fact that they do have Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan on a team that has 4 other wing players and not a lot of depth in other places, and a point guard in Dennis Schroeder who, is a starting point guard in the league, but if there's 30 of them, he's got to be either 28, 29, or 30 in terms of valuable point guards across the league. It's a stopgap.
I would disagree with that, but I don't want to get caught up in. I would strongly disagree with that, but I won't get caught up on that because I get your larger point. And somebody in the SAC chat is saying, ask Bulls fans, Zach LaVine is an ISO player. When I think ISO player, I'm sorry, I just think DeMar DeRozan, I think Kevin Durant, I think Shea. That's just not what I think when I see Zach LaVine. Maybe I need to, like I said, I'm still confused when I watch Zach LaVine offensively. And he had some great notes. He was with Michelle Dapper up there in Tahoe. So we have some of that sound too. But look, the bottom line is they got a point guard now. I don't think they need another one. Scott Perry seems to believe that they do, even though he also thinks Nique Clifford might be able to, in maybe not this season, but at some point give them some minutes from the point guard position. You just have to move the basketball. That's just what it comes down to. You have to move the basketball. That helps Keegan Murray. That helps Domantas Sabonis. That helps everybody besides maybe DeMar DeRozan. But we saw, I think the other part of this too is, we joke about, hey, Scott Perry's going to do things Vivek's way to start first season, and then maybe he'll be able to do things his way. I don't know that. That's just me kind of reading the tea leaves on how things have been done and the raise in ticket prices as well. Maybe it's also, hey, DeMar, we've done it's the same idea as Blake Griffin when he was almost cooked out the league. He got a 3-point shot. Sacramento Kings, great. Vince Carter, he survived 3-4 more years because he was able to shoot the 3 ball. So and DeMar is getting there as well. But hey, your style of play, we didn't make the playoffs doing it. So, and on top of that, you go somewhere. We're still going to need you to get buckets at the end of the game. But on top of that, you go somewhere else at the trade deadline. They're not going to, whoever you go to is not going to say, great, we can't wait to trade for DeMar so we can have the basketball 70% of the time. So you just have to evolve a little bit.
Yeah, and that's why the back end of this contract is not guaranteed, because even the Kings saw that this could be a possibility down the road for DeMar DeRozan as he ages into his final 2-3 years of his NBA career, where we've talked about this ad nauseum. Since he left the Toronto Raptors, he's played 7 NBA seasons. 2 of his teams have made the playoffs. The rest have been either play-in exits or not playoff teams. Right. The last 7 years, the league is telling you DeMar DeRozan cannot lead a team to a playoff series win because he literally has gone to 3 teams, none of which have won a playoff series with DeMar DeRozan as their best player. And all of this goes back to, remember, after they fired Monty McNair, Brian Windhorst had the sound that was like the Kings had a pairing that worked and imported a pairing that did not work in another place. Maybe they can make it work, but the fact that it didn't work in another place and they're going to try it now with Domantas Sabonis, who is a better center than Vucevic, is, again, not a strategy a lot of people around the league would have taken.
And we'll never know if Scott Perry's, I think I can work with this. We know what he had to say about Zach LaVine. That was more contract, more about the contract than anything else. But, we will see. Everyone keeps asking, Allen, aren't you supposed to be in Vegas? I told y'all my schedule. I got Ludacris tonight at the State Fair and my deep fried Snickers. Then I leave tomorrow morning as long as they'll accept my expired ID. So I'll be in Vegas for Monday's show, but I'm going to meet up with everybody and be in the building for the Kings' second Summer League game tomorrow night. But coming up in about 5 minutes, don't go anywhere, All-Star shortstop for the A's. Jacob Wilson joins us. Really, really excited to talk to him. I want to know everything about Jacob Wilson. You know, we're going to get to the basics, of course, but also what's he doing out here in Sacramento? Where's his favorite place to eat? It's going to be a really fun interview. So don't move. 30 minutes, commercial-free sports talk, local sports talk coming up. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Did you know about 1/3 of our lives is spent sleeping? Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. If we're going to spend that much time in our bedrooms, then our bedrooms ought to reflect our personalities. I remember many weekend mornings when our kids would jump into our beds trying to coax us to start our days more on their schedules than ours. Naturewood Home Furnishings' huge bedroom sale is here, and there's no better time to find the perfect accent piece for your bedroom, or even better, to start fresh by designing your bedroom to fit your lifestyle. From a new mattress and foundation to dressers to nightstands to lamps and more. Naturewood Home Furnishings will help you create a space from simple to luxurious and anything in between. Just drop by and let Naturewood's team help you envision a bedroom fit for 1/3 of your life. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings right now for this remarkable bedroom sale. Off Highway 50 at Hazel, look for the water rail.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Well, the story of Brent Rooker keeps getting better and better. Not long ago, he was with 3 different organizations before becoming a waiver claim by the A's. And now he's on pace for his 3rd straight 30-homer season. And when the best players in baseball gather in Atlanta on the 15th, Rooker will take part in his 2nd All-Star game in the last 3 years. Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. It's how retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And it's how healthcare offices become data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business.
The Giant Summer Sale is here. Get giant savings on our Giant selection only at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save during the Honda Summer Event and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. See all our specials at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda. Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's TREX.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140.
Jacob Wilson all-star shortstop, A's shortstop, the first A's all-star starter since 2014. Jacob, thank you so much for joining us. Happy Friday.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it.
Let's start here, Jacob. You've had a little bit of bad luck. I would say the only thing that hasn't gone right for you this season has been these hit by pitch situations. It happened earlier this season and most recently a couple days ago. How are you feeling, and do you think you'll be able to play in the game next week?
Yeah, it's it's unfortunate for sure, but I'm just kind of getting treatment with the trainers and trying to get the swelling down. It's feeling better kind of every day. So I'm just, taking it day by day, and, I'm feeling pretty confident that, I'll be able to play, this weekend here in Sacramento. So definitely feeling good for next week.
Talking to Jacob Wilson, A's shortstop, all-star shortstop. Thank you very much. Jacob, you're not the only all-star on the A's. Brent Rooker is going to be out there in Atlanta, also a part of the Home Run Derby. How fun is it to be able to share this with somebody else on the team? And you're going to be out there, I'm sure, cheering him on during the Home Run Derby as well. How great is that?
Yeah, I know it's awesome. He's definitely very deserving of, getting into this all-star game with the season that he's having, with him getting in with the player vote. He is, it's going to be really fun to be able to share this experience with him. And obviously he gets to do the Home Run Derby, and it's super exciting for me, as a teammate, being able to kind of just go out there and watch him on the field and, hopefully, give him some Gatorade at his timeout, give him towels, and just be able to enjoy it and, help him out as much as I can.
Talking to Jacob Wilson, A's all-star shortstop. Let's take it back a little bit, Jacob. And I'm going to be honest with you. I've been following you for a long time, and I knew the A's had something good. Your time at Grand Canyon. By the way, I keep telling people, look out for Grand Canyon. It's such a beautiful campus. They're starting to pop up in March Madness, and I know they got a great field, a beautiful field out there at Grand Canyon. So I've been doing the Lord's work, Jacob, as when it comes to promoting Grand Canyon. And I didn't even go there, but I've been following you for a long time. Let's discuss the batting stance. I've heard you talk about it before, and going back to, it's not as conventional as you may have seen. I think it kind of reminds me of Hunter Pence a little bit. How did you kind of come up with it with you and your dad as you were learning the game and just deciding to stick with it and go from there?
Yeah, honestly, I can't remember the first time we actually kind of decided to do it, but ever since I was a kid, I've always kind of been very, twitchy in the box. I wasn't really an athlete that was very good at, standing still and being quiet almost in the box. But I always had to be kind of moving, kind of being twitchy, and that's kind of always how I've been able to hit and do everything. I've always got to be moving, and I think for us, it's just when I kind of load into my legs, it kind of right where I stride, it kind of resembles a basketball defender in a way. Just being able in that stance where it's kind of the most powerful for me and being the most explosive. So, like I said, I don't remember the first time I think I've ever done it. I've always just been, kind of twitchy in the box ever since I was a little kid. I think that's just something my dad always kind of taught me because he was a little twitchy in the box as well. So, I think that's just something that I kind of grew up with and, kind of stuck to this entire time.
Well, to say that it's working would be an understatement. Obviously, it has worked out incredibly well for you so far. Talking to all-star Jacob Wilson, all-star shortstop. Jacob, I was at Sutter Health doing some Rivercat stuff when it was announced that you were going to be the all-star starter. Where were you when you found out, and just kind of talk us through how you felt when you got the information and got the call?
Yeah, we just finished a series in Tampa, and it was the last game of the series, so we're kind of everybody's getting on the bus, and we're about to head to the airport, and then our manager Mark Cotte comes on the bus and starts talking, and it was just talking about the series in general, about how the guys battled, and it was a good series, and we obviously won the series, so they were a great team, so he was just talking, kind of giving the team some praise, and he kind of was just like, oh yeah, and we got a first-time All-Star, Jacob Wilson. It was a pretty cool moment for me just because I was on the bus with all the guys, and it was just definitely a moment I'll never forget. And I'm just super blessed to be able to experience this event coming up, and I'm just super excited to represent the organization and just go out there with obviously teammate Brent Rooker and just be able to enjoy it.
the only guy, Jacob, you're in a great position for the Rookie of the Year, and I called that, by the way, before the season started. But the only guy that it feels like, is even also in the conversation is your teammate, Nique Kurtz. Talk about the youth movement that is happening in West Sacramento and all the guys kind of donning their jerseys. You got Lawrence Butler, who's only 25, and he seems like a grizzled vet. Talk about the youth movement out there and how fun it is to see so many guys. Now you got Denzel Clark, so many guys on the team being young and just with your whole careers ahead of you and really growing something in the A's organization.
Yeah, Nique Kurtz has been incredible. Man, he got drafted last year, and obviously we got to see him in spring training a little bit, and then he started out in AAA and came up and just been an unbelievable bat for our lineup. It's been awesome to have him the 3-4 or 5-hole, wherever it is, right in the middle of that lineup. And like you said, there's a lot of young guys on the team, whereas they're all kind of, like you said, younger than almost 25 years old, where these guys are just got drafted a couple of years ago, and then obviously being able to make it out to the big leagues all kind of at the same time. It's definitely a young group that we really enjoy being a part of, and I think it's a great sign for our future. We all want to stay here and play together. That's ultimately the main goal. But we love playing with each other every day, and it's pretty awesome just to say I think we're one of the top youngest teams in the league, and just to be able to go out there every day and know that we want to play with each other for a long time is pretty cool. And we're excited to see where this ride takes us, and we're excited to be a part of it together. So it's been a great first half of the year for us, and we're excited to keep going.
Talking to Jacob Wilson, all-star shortstop for the Athletics. Jacob, back in my day, we did care about batting average, and it felt like, or it feels like, with this 3 true outcomes, with the home runs, the walks, and strikeouts, that's shifted over the last, 5 or so years. But you yourself, you kind of remind me of an old school hitter. Put the bat on the ball, and you take your chances in a 2-0, 3-1 count, whatever it is, and you go from there. Is that just something that you always felt like was best for you? Were you ever kind of swayed to move into the launch angle thing, into, hey, the heck with batting average? How has your batting approach kind of changed or evolved throughout the years?
Yeah, I would say it hasn't really changed very much at all. I think that, growing up, I had, my dad who played in the old school baseball era where, you put the ball in play, batting average, don't want to strike out. And that's just something that he obviously taught to me as a young kid growing up throughout, playing travel ball in high school and all that, stuff. But, I think that putting the ball in the play has always been important for me, and not really trying to change who I am as a hitter. Cause I know that, for me, I have some power to the left side, but for me to be able to change it into a launching along, I don't have that much power to be able to, change my whole hitting approach to it. So for me, it's always just being able to put the ball in play and, just find a way on base. I say this all the time, but if I find a way on base for my team, we have, Brent Rooker and Kurtz right behind me. It's if I find a way on base, those two guys are one swing away from putting 2 runs on the board themselves. So, I think that everybody just kind of got to recognize what their path is in this game and try and stick to it. And, for me, I've learned that my path is to be able to put the ball in play and, get on base for the guys behind me. And that's kind of my job, and kind of every day trying to learn how to help my team win on a daily basis. And that for me is being able to get on base and play, solid defense for the pitchers in front of me.
Talking to Jacob Wilson, all-star shortstop. And when I say all-star starting shortstop, that last part of the sentence matters. Shortstop matters. And look, I know that we're headed towards positionless baseball and people are playing center and left and it all matters, but shortstop is still a premium position. What is your mentality when you get drafted and, basically the draft is everybody up the middle, right? It's a bunch of catchers, pitchers, shortstops, and center fielders. What has your mentality been to say, hey, I'm not giving up this shortstop position? Not that you wouldn't to do what you need to do for your team, but talk about the mentality to say, hey, I am a shortstop and I can play with the Bobby Witt Jr.'s, the Jeremy Peñas, all these other guys in the American League. And also in my system, I'm one of those dudes.
Yeah, I think that, growing up, I've always kind of been a middle infielder. And then once I got to college, it was kind of third base, shortstop for me. And, I've always loved playing short. That's kind of been my favorite thing to do on the field, is just be able to go out there and take ground balls. That's something I watched my dad do for 12 years. And that's just the position I always fell in love with. And, it's baseball. So you got a lot of learning to do, throughout your entire career. So, I really worked on just being able to play everyday shortstop in the minor leagues with a good glove. And then obviously once you get here, it gets a little bit, more difficult. So I would really just trust in the coaches that I have here on working on pretty much everything to become a good shortstop as a whole, rather than just working on one thing. So, for me, I love playing short. That's where, my heart wants to be. And I just want to, continue to get better and work every single day to, help me become a better shortstop each and every day.
Jacob Wilson, thank you so much for joining us. We have your third base coach, Eric Martins, on the show every Tuesday. So be sure to tell him hello for me. How do you like, before I get you out of here, how do you like being in Sacramento? Do you have any spots? Do you have a favorite restaurant or food spot? How's your time in Sacramento been? I know it's getting hot, but how's your time in Sacramento been so far?
No, it's been phenomenal. The fans have given us a warm welcoming here, and we've just been really enjoying it. We love the fans. Everybody's been great to us. I haven't really gotten too many dinner spots out here yet, just because we mostly play night games, and it gets a little busy. But like I said, I'm enjoying it. I love being able to put on the uniform every day and represent the organization, and the fans come out here and support us every day. So it's been phenomenal.
Jacob Wilson, really, really appreciate the time, man. We'll have to do it again. Good luck the rest of the season. Good luck out there in Atlanta. And we really, really love supporting you and the rest of the A's. We'll talk to you soon.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having me.
That was Jacob Wilson, all-star shortstop for the Athletics, the first A's all-star starter since 2014 when Josh Donaldson did it. Great stuff from Jacob Wilson, and really excited for him to kind of continue to carry the torch at the shortstop position, to be out there representing the A's, their first season in Sacramento. Again, going back to the theme of today's show, yesterday, the theme of today's show, or yesterday's show, was a little bit different, but the theme of today's show just being fun. This is a situation, when I talk A's, yes, we get into the Vegas stuff and all of that, but the reality is, again, when he's out there taking a ground ball, or his at bat as an all-star starter for the A's, their first season in Sacramento, it's just fun. It's just fun. To heck with all of the other drama in those moments. It's just fun. Kyle, thank you for kind of making that happen. And again, shout out to Jason Ross, for giving me that alley-oop. He was great.
I really enjoyed Jacob Wilson coming on the show, and it was fun to kind of have him be like, the stance is kind of like a basketball defender kind of idea, which is, I guess, the way that
Don't let it get past you.
It can't get past you, but I thought it was interesting. It's like how he generates like power in his legs when he's stepping. I wouldn't have guessed that at all. So I'm glad we got the answer to that, because we talked about it yesterday. It's kind of a lost art in the era of trainers and people doing travel ball when they're 6 years old. It's a lost art to just have the stance that worked for you your entire life and have it be like a Kevin Youkilis funky stance or something like that. It works great for Jacob.
Well, that's the thing, right? We need to look up what he hit what he hit up at Grand Canyon and what he hit in high school, because nobody's going to tell you anything if you're hitting 500. There's nothing to say. If you're not hitting, then hey, maybe we'll change this for you. But if you're hitting 500, there is nothing anybody's going to say to you.
Just a quick glance at Max Preps. This is so during the 2020 season, which they only played 7 games because of COVID. During the 2020 season, he had a .667 batting average.
This is in
high school.
In high school,
yes. This was this was also the brief period where him and Max Muncy, also on the A's, played together in high school. It was only for 8 games because the season got canceled for COVID. But .667 batting average with a .570, a .750 on base percentage.
You can hit on a handstand if you are hitting .667.
Yes, at Thousand Oaks, he was a .583 batting average for his career.
Ridiculous. So great stuff from Jacob Wilson. Really excited to see him represent the Athletics out there in Atlanta. He'll be cheering on Brent Rooker, another A's All-Star, who will also be in the home run derby. Let's kind of transition here because we have an article from Jason Anderson of the Sacramento Bee, and Jason is basically highlighting something that Sam Vecenie said of the Athletic. And I told y'all I was going to reveal what Sam Vecenie had to say, and I'm about to do that right now. And don't throw tomatoes at me. This is not my idea. I repeat, this is not my idea. And this is what Sam Vecenie had to say. The Athletics' Sam Vecenie and Bryce Simon came up with an alternative solution while discussing the situation on the Game Theory podcast. Vecenie suggested Kings general manager Scott Perry could pivot to Kyle Kuzma, a player the Kings have pursued in the past, if the Warriors continue to stonewall their effort to acquire Kuminga. Quote, if you're the Kings, I guess your leverage is just to go to the Warriors and say, look, you're 100% right. We do want Jonathan Kuminga. But if you're not willing to do Devin Carter, Malik Monk, and something else, then we are just going to do a thing where we decide we're just going to flip Malik Monk for Kyle Kuzma, and that will be our answer, Vecenie said. If you're the Milwaukee Bucks, you do that in a heartbeat. First and foremost, you're ecstatic. That last line is why I would say, so why the hell would the Kings do that then? It's
just supposed to be leverage. Just like
right, that's right. It's just, and then the Warriors would say, do it.
Yeah.
Do it.
I dare you to trade for Kyle Kuzma.
I double dog dare you to trade for. Do it right now. Do it right now.
I'll call John right now, the gentleman.
I'll call him for you. We'll get on a three-way.
I'll get on the phone with John right now. I guarantee you he'll take it.
So I think Kyle Kuzma, it's a little overstated. He had a bad season. I don't think he's trash.
I don't know if it's overstated. We remember when our friend Matt Issa over at Forbes did the expected win-loss.
No, but Kyle, he had a bad season.
Oh, but he had an awful season.
He had a bad season. I don't know if that's who he is now.
He's
29. I mean, he's not 34 years old.
But that's why I think it's tough is what did playing 2 seasons with Pool Boy and Jacuzzi do to warp his brain?
How damaged is he?
I don't know. That's why I don't want to do anything until I find out the answer to that. Just how much of a damaged good is he at? I think it's a descending contract, but at $22 million this year and $20 million next year, I don't want to find out right now.
But I think the argument is, and again, I'm trying to just push this. This is what we've pushed. We've pushed DeRozan for Kyle Kuzma. That makes more sense to me because the Bucks, obviously their spacing with Giannis isn't great, but he could be that Chris Middleton-esque type player for Giannis during this gap year, and they can mess around and be a 4 or 5 seed. Everybody gets what they want. Malik Monk, I don't, but the problem is the Warriors don't want DeMar DeRozan. So I understand what Sam Vecenie is saying, but I don't know why the Kings would do that deal. And the Warriors would say, I don't know why you're doing that deal. So I don't know how much leverage there is in if you're threatening a bad deal. Okay, do it.
Yeah, go for it. I dare you. But yeah, for Milwaukee, it makes all the sense in the world because you could put him and Gary Trent Jr. as wings.
Yeah, it'd be great for Milwaukee.
But I guess the weird thing is, like, what is Milwaukee getting from Malik Monk that they can't get from Kyle Kuzma? Because Kyle Kuzma was not a bad player before. He's just now a bad player. I don't know for what reasons he was so bad last year in Milwaukee. Mm-hmm. I honestly didn't watch enough to figure out what the deal was, but if I made this case with the DeRozan one, which is if you're the Kings, the long-term financial flexibility going into 2026 might be more valuable than having Kyle Kuzma on the team at all, right? Just letting DeRozan's contract expire and then having money to work with next summer might be more valuable than locking yourself into Kuzma at 2 years and $42 million. With Monk, it's different though, because he's signed to a long-term deal. So in theory, you are clearing a year of your books down the line by making that trade.
Kyle Kuzma in his 30-year-old year coming up will make $22.4 million. And then next season, he'll make, or in 2026, 2027, he'll make 20.3. Then he's off the books. I guess, and I'm not trying to talk myself or anybody else into it, I guess you could argue he's another wing to put on your bench because he wouldn't start. I mean, he's making $22 million and he's coming off your bench. That's not great, but he could, I guess, in theory, make your bench stronger and give you another wing. When you do, here's the argument: you do have too many guards still, right? So he would balance out the roster, even if you feel or Allen feels like Malik Monk is better. We've seen that talent doesn't really matter when the talent doesn't make sense. But to counterpoint my counterpoint, yeah, but the issue is with the starting lineup. The issue is not really the bench. I mean, it's kind of the bench, but let's take care of the starting lineup first. And I guess you could say, hey, the starting lineup now has a point guard, right? If you are still looking for a point guard, then yeah, why not bring Kyle Kuzma in anyway? If you don't view Malik Monk as a point guard and you're still looking for campaign or Russell Westbrook, then okay, move Kyle Kuzma or move Malik Monk for Kyle Kuzma, get bigger, get better defensively. Hopefully his yips are gone. Your bench is better or more balanced, and then you bring in your point guard. I guess I didn't talk myself into it, but I guess I talked myself into the thought process.
No, you're talking yourself into balancing the roster, which is something that a lot of people are talking about with the Kings, is right. You have too many, you have 9 guards, you got a 9-guard lineup, and you need someone to be a backup 4. Because like in this situation, you would have the same starting 5, you would have backup point guard, potentially Devin Carter or Nique Clifford if they want to make that thing happen, but just a secondary ball handler there. You would have Keon Ellis coming off the bench. You would have Kyle Kuzma coming off the bench. You would have Nique Clifford coming off the bench. This team would make sense rotationally but you're not making the argument for trading Malik Monk for Kyle Kuzma. You're making the argument of trading one of the guards for a forward coming off the bench. It's the same reason we were talking about John Collins for Kevin Huerter last year.
Yeah, so I wouldn't do it, but 916 says Monk for Kuzma would be up there with on the worst Kings trades. I think they probably mean ever. But I guess how I feel, I wake up in the morning and I see Sham say, sign and trade Malik Monk for Dennis Schroeder. And now I'm closing my eyes, trying to think how I would feel in that moment. Now I'm putting myself in a different universe, waking up saying Malik Monk has been traded for Kyle Kuzma. And what do I feel better about waking up to in the morning? Well, it's different because now the Kings have Kyle Kuzma, they have Dennis Schroeder. I guess I would say Kyle Kuzma. I would feel better waking up seeing that news than a sign and trade for Dennis Schroeder. And again, I don't feel great about either one. And, we talked to some members of the Raptors media, our guy S, earlier this week. And he says, I don't really understand why the Kings want to move Malik Monk, but it's more of from what I've heard and what I've gathered, it's more of an odd man out thing than a we don't want Malik Monk thing. And he's the odd man out that has enough value to move. So that's what I've heard. So I guess it makes sense and you would balance out the roster. I don't know that it would be it could be up there with one of the worst trades, but here's the reason it probably wouldn't be, because I don't think Malik Monk is going to take another leap or anything like that. It's just a matter of, can Kyle Kuzma still play basketball? Like, in Kyle Kuzma, I saw it was so bad in the playoffs.
Yes.
It was horrendous. Is that who he is now?
But you were making the argument for thought process a second ago, right? And if I made, instead of Malik Monk for Kyle Kuzma, made it Malik Monk for Caleb Martin or Malik Monk for Rui Hachimura.
Right. No, look, give me Rui.
Sure, I was trying to
Who's better, Rui or Kyle Kuzma?
But that's not the point.
Say it.
Rui, but that's not the point. The point was, if I make it a generic small forward who is a starter on some teams but a bench player on the Kings, I think Kings fans would get behind the thought process. I think it's just the name of Kuzma that is turning people off, and for understandable reasons.
He's on an expire. Isn't PJ? I was going to say.
Yeah, PJ's
he's expiring, right?
Yeah, I mean, the Mavericks don't need Malik Monk, but yes, in this situation, you would be right.
Mean, the bag work between D'Angelo Russell and Malik Monk would be incredible.
Feeding families.
Yeah, I would do it.
And then just Klay Thompson over there, like, what is happening?
Can I take a shot, please? Or I'm going to take a shot if I don't get the basketball. Brendan Nunez, it was 11:30, not 12 o'clock. Brendan's running around in Vegas. Brendan Nunez is going to join us in about 2 minutes. Don't move. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Progressive knows we all crave validation.
Girl, you are not 37.
I would have guessed 27.
You guys are too sweet.
Sure, dewy skin. Terrific.
Is something wrong, Ned?
Why would you ask? Just because today marks my 10th anniversary without a car accident or even a speeding ticket? But somehow, tonight's all about your skincare.
Wow. With Snapshot from Progressive, you can get a personalized rate based on how you drive. And that's all the validation you need. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. Try the TrackMan experience, the very best technology to fit your metal woods and irons. The new cutting-edge putter fitting studio with its $30,000 worth of technology is ready for your fitting. Hagen Oaks will help you find the best putter for your game. Hagen Oaks offers more technology, more choices, and more service. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531, 808-2531 for more.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Abriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo.
Sponsored by Tricks Racing Cage, Chicken Fingers, and Naturewood Home Furnishings. Tickets at CITPFest.com.
People are coming from all over to Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, from Folsom, Elk Grove, Woodland, Roseville, because they've seen for themselves the huge selection and the best prices at SacSuperstore.com. Good luck finding a lower price anywhere else. And if you do, they'll match it. It's as simple as that. Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, where a handshake still means something. Open until 10 o'clock and centrally located right across from Hagen Oaks Golf Course. And online at SacSuperstore.com. The guaranteed lowest price and the best selection of Dodge, Chrysler, Jeeps, and Rams. SacSuperstore.com.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We're in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal, you should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
How far do you hit your 7-iron? The answers will tell you which tees to play, according to Josh Sens in Golf Magazine. Deep down, you know you shouldn't be playing from the tips, but it's common for golfers to play from too far back. Aside from higher scores, rounds become a grind and golf becomes much less fun. After several years of research, the USGA unveiled a new data-driven offering to find the proper tees called Best Tees. If you know how far you hit your 7-iron, Best Tees will tell you which tee boxes to play. A typical male golfer should be playing from 6,100 yards and a typical female golfer from 4,400 yards. Most players have a good idea of their 7-iron distance, with average male's distance of 138 yards and average females of 100 yards. Throw out the occasional perfect shot, which travels more than those distances, and concentrate on your average. This will allow you to reach the vicinity of most greens in regulation and let you hit a variety of clubs on approach shots. Leave your ego at home and give it a chance. You'll have more fun. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
We are joined by Brendan Nunez, our Sacktown Sports editor, Kings insider. He just does it all for us. Brendan, some like it hot. Is it hot in Vegas? How you doing, my friend?
It is definitely hot in Vegas, Alan. You're going to get to experience this. It said 109 every day before we got out here. Now there's some that are saying 111. There's too many ones, too many digits going on for me. But, I guess I'm complaining for no good reason because glad to be out here. Thanks for having me on, man.
It can't be that much hotter than Sacramento, Brendan.
I did hear it got bad, but I don't know, man. I think 111 getting up to 113, it might be a little bit different.
Well, I'll tell you what, it was hot in the arena last night with Maxime Raynaud. Senor Segway strikes again. Nique Clifford. Brendan, tell me you're on the hype train with me. What is your level of hype after last night? Or are you going to try to calm me down and tell me, oh, it's Summer League? Where are you at, Brendan, after last night's game?
Well, we have to, I guess, start with it's just Summer League, but I think for the most part, it's hard to not be excited. I mean, you saw how the entire fan base reacted, and Maxime putting up 11 of the first 14 and doing it in such a versatile way. I think running the floor extremely well, knocking down some threes, and then when they start focusing on him a little bit more because he slowed down offensively when it comes to scoring, after that hot start, then he starts playmaking. He's hitting backdoor cuts, almost looking a little bit like Domas in some ways out there, which, long ways to go before we reach that. But then you have Nique Clifford scoring, I believe it's 16 of his 17 in the second half. So he comes alive a little bit after, I think, the typical, hey, I'm trying to play the right way. And coach has to be like, dude, you're our first round pick. Go out there.
Right.
And, ball out. And you saw Nique do that. So I think easy to get excited after game one with the two drafted rookies putting on shows in two different halves.
Talking to Brendan Nunez, our Sacktown Sports insider. Brendan, on the other side, right, there's just peaks and valleys. On the other side, I saw some people say, tough game for Devin Carter. I saw some people saying, oh, my goodness, he did us no favors. Now he can't get traded and blah, 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 blah. What did you think about Devin Carter? Are you worried about him at all?
I think that Summer League, it tends to mean more if you play bad than you play well, to be honest. And it was a bad game for Devin yesterday, but also, it's not as black and white I don't think Devin's trade value went down from one Summer League game yesterday,
Yeah.
I get why people are concerned. I thought it looked really bad, to be honest. There was a lot of offensive flow that I thought the Kings have more than most Summer League teams, like a cohesiveness to their game. But I thought Devin was kind of the outlier in that aspect, to be honest. And he wasn't the only one, but of the main guys that I think most people are watching for on Sacramento's team, it felt like, a guy that was really trying to make his mark sort of independently and show that he can do more and sort of, there's been a lot of questions about how good he can be. And I think he was coming out with an aggressiveness that kind of led to him forcing a little bit in my mind. And I think if he can play more within the flow, that you can still continue to see Devin develop here because people are calling it way too early, man. I get the skepticism, but this guy was the 13th overall pick last year. He would have been higher had he not had these shoulder injuries. And for what it's worth, I did tweet that he was shaking his shoulder yesterday. He had tape on it initially. And he's just kind of wiggling it out. I don't think there's so many reactions of like, oh my God, this guy's screwed. And it's like, just take a deep breath sometimes. I get the concern, but it's early.
Talking to Brendan Nunez, our Sacktown Sports Kings insider. Well, I will say this, Brendan. You said it's just one game. that's not going to affect his trade value, right? If he has a bad summer league, do you think that could affect how he is viewed as an asset, either on the Kings or not on the Kings?
I think so. I think more so that he probably could help rekindle a little bit of value if you show that we're working in the right direction here. Because in my mind, teams around the league that like him are probably the same ones that already did around the draft time. Right. I don't think he's done anything to prove anybody wrong. I don't think he's also either done anything to make somebody that did like him feel differently by now, because we haven't seen that much with the injuries that are going on. So I think it probably could. It feels a little weird to say that about Summer League, but when you are a second-year guy coming in like this, you're expected to play really well. So if it's as bad as it was yesterday for the entire thing, then I'll say yes, but I also think that Devin will bounce back here.
Talking to Brendan Nunez, our Sacktown Sports Kings insider. Brendan, I know I'm assuming you were in the building, but Scott Perry did that interview. Did anything stick out to you from that interview? I know some things did for me, but what about for you?
Honestly, Alan, they actually don't play the interview in the arena. So I kind of just saw clips, and I haven't gone back and listened to it yet. But it is interesting to hear him say that they're chasing after another point guard. Our guy Kyle Draper obviously mentioned the campaign side seems to have some interest in the Kings, which is always interesting when it's coming sort of from their representation in my mind. And yeah, Russell Westbrook's stuff continues to float around. So I don't think they're done, but I'm not sure that we're talking, one of these big splashy moves, more so some tertiary pieces. And clearly they feel like they need another point guard.
Do you think the Kings need another point guard?
I don't know, to be honest. I think that Malik can kind of play that role secondary, but to me, it means that they don't want Malik to be that secondary point guard, right. Which I think he's capable, but I also don't mind the logic of thinking that he's better as a secondary guy, and he benefits more when he gets to be the one finishing plays rather than starting them, So if it was me personally, I don't know that I would go after a point guard, but I see the logic. Actually, I'll take that back. I guess I probably would, but on a minimum, some fallback guy, because right now, if Dennis Schroeder goes down, what do you do? Which I guess I'm talking myself even more into, they probably do need another one.
Yeah, that's a good point. Talking to Brendan Nunez, our Sacktown Sports Kings insider. Brendan, is there anything that you are looking forward to seeing or want to see throughout the rest of Summer League, whether it's Dylan Cardwell or somebody else that the Hot Honey Jones, Isaac Jones, is his birthday today. Anything else you're keeping an eye on?
Yeah, I think I'm curious to see sort of where Mason ends up going throughout this whole process. I know he has a lot of fans within Sacramento. I don't believe that he's currently scheduled to be on their team coming into next year. Got to see how to sort of that plays out. But it's hard to not be locked into these rookies, man. We've seen Maxime have that big start. I'm curious to see. I think he's going to be fairly consistent with all that. But I think there's more for Nique, man. That first half, again, only 1 point. And he said he was just trying to play the right way, which I think is a good thing. You're trying to fit in with everybody out there. But I think if we see him be a little bit more aggressive, there's more there for sure. And honestly, however much it matters, I think the Summer League team is really good. And I think they're going to have a chance at competing for this championship for what people care about that. But you lose 2 games and you're out of that pretty quick. So it can happen fast.
Brendan Nunez, thank you so much. I will see you tomorrow, my guy. It's going to be a fun time. I'll see you at the pool. How about that, since it's so hot out there?
Absolutely. See you tomorrow, sir. Frankie's at the gym right now getting the pool body ready, so we'll be good to go.
Frankie, it's too late, dude. He would work out on vacation. Brendan, thank you so much, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, guys.
I guess it's not technically vacation. It's a business trip. When we return, let's hear from Kyle Draper and what he had to say about that free agent point guard who is angling to join the Kings. Great stuff from Brendan Nunez. As always, we will hear from Kyle Draper when we return. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This is Holly Robinson Pete for Eggland's Best. Eggs are a staple in our diet, and there's only one egg with more delicious, farm-fresh taste plus superior nutrition. Eggland's Best. With more vitamins, including 6 times more vitamin D and 10 times more vitamin E, plus 25% less saturated fat than ordinary eggs. Available in so many delicious varieties, classic, cage-free, and organic. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Hello, I'm Frank Cockrell with Retirement Security Centers with the Weekly Economic Update. We are halfway through the year, so where are our rate cuts? According to the recently released Federal Reserve meeting minutes, they aren't forthcoming. The majority of Fed officials don't see a need to reduce rates in the near term, waiting on potential effects of tariffs and not seeing enough softening of the jobs market. With June jobs surprising on the upside after the Federal Reserve met, there doesn't seem to be a rush to shore up employment. While the projections still point to 2 rate cuts of 0.25% each this year, it may be later this year before we see this come to fruition. Some in the Fed feel we may be close to a neutral rate right now, so savers may be happy, but borrowers may not be. As far as tariffs go, this week was supposed to see the increases for countries who have not negotiated a new trade deal. This was pushed out to August 1st, with letters going out to several countries with the new rate they can expect. How these countries react and how quickly will also help clarify the direction that rates should go. How might this affect you or your family? Please go to frankontheradio.com to schedule an appointment, watch videos, and receive market updates. I'm ready to help you start your journey so you can define your future.
Securities and investment advisory services offered through Mosaic Wealth, member FINRA SIPC. Mosaic Wealth is separately owned, and other entities and or marketing names, products, or services referenced here are independent of Mosaic Wealth.
Did you know about 1/3 of our lives is spent sleeping? Hi, this is Frank DeRozan with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. If we're going to spend that much time in our bedrooms, then our bedrooms ought to reflect our personalities. I remember many weekend mornings when our kids would jump into our beds trying to coax us to start our days more on their schedules than ours. Naturewood Home Furnishings' huge bedroom sale is here, and there's no better time to find the perfect accent piece for your bedroom, or even better, to start fresh by designing your bedroom to fit your lifestyle. From a new mattress and foundation to dressers to nightstands to lamps and more. Naturewood Home Furnishings will help you create a space from simple to luxurious and anything in between. Just drop by and let Naturewood's team help you envision a bedroom fit for 1/3 of your life. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings right now for this remarkable bedroom sale. Off Highway 50 at Hazel, look for the water wheel.
July 4th savings explode at Maida's Elk Grove Chevy. Save $10,750 off MSRP after rebates. Every new 2025 Silverado half-ton LT and RST 5.3 in stock.
Maida Chevy has similar savings on every new Silverado. One of the largest selections in the Sacramento area.
$10,750 off new Silverado. Exclusively at the Maida Chevy Silverado Supercenter. Now that's big, huge. See them all at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Trading 2011 renewal. Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying for it. For well qualified, plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid for allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hobbit, a Hobbit Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. What's happening for the Hobbit Employee Pricing Plus sales event?
We're going all in on Ram this month with not just employee pricing, but huge emphasis on the plus you can only get at Hobbit. Right now, save up to $16,000 off MSRP on new 2025 Ram 1500 crew cabs.
What about those hard-to-find Ram heavy duties?
If you're looking for something bigger, save up to $13,500 off MSRP on the hard-to-find brand new 2025 heavy-duty Ram 2500s and 3500s. with 500 new Rams available.
Search, select, and save through our whole inventory at HoblettDodge.com. Nobody beats Hoblet. Period. 16,000 total net savings on select new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn after 6,500 factory rebates and 9,500 dealer discounts. Rebates may include 2,500 SFS bonus cash. Must finance with Stellantis. 1,000 trade-in assist with eligible trade-in. 500 on the job upfit. Must show eligible upfit. 13,500 total net savings on select new 2025 Ram 2500 Limited after 4,000 factory rebates and 9,500 dealer discounts. Rebates may include 2,500 select inventory bonus cash and 500 on the job upfit. Must show eligible upfit. At least 5 at each net savings. Employee pricing included in dealer discounts. See dealer for details.
Live and local
It's Allen Stiles.
on Sacktown Sports.
What in the world is in that bag? What you got in that bag? I don't even know if he's going to perform this song, Ludacris. He's got so many songs, and the problem is he's got too many features as well. So I don't know if this is from his Word of Mouth album. This is where I really started to rock with Luda.
You think he's going to play the new stuff?
I don't even know what does that mean, though.
Isn't he still putting out music?
Well, no. He knows better. No. He's not playing the new whatever. No disrespect, but whatever he's released in the last 3 years.
Isn't that what happens though? Like you went to Justin Timberlake a while back, and he was playing some of the new stuff, and then he went back to the hits, right?
Yeah, but I'm looking here at Ludacris. He hasn't even put out unless because Spotify keeps changing, but doesn't even look like he's put out an album. The last album he put out was 2015. So he's not. Justin is still trying to do things.
Why is he doing this then?
What do you mean? Why is he doing this?
He's just doing it for the love of the game?
No, I mean, this is what you do.
Cashing him out.
This is what you do. You're Ludacris. You play all your hits. He plays Move, Bleep.
Okay? Get out the way.
He plays Move, Bleep. He plays.
This is what you want, you're saying.
I think, no. He's definitely playing Move, Bleep. He's definitely playing Area Codes. He's definitely playing Stand Up.
Yeah, okay.
And then I think there's going to be a lot of features.
You don't think Rollout's going to make it?
I hope Rollout makes it.
All right.
He's just got a lot of songs,
man. He does have a lot of features. That is the other thing.
Tell me what you gonna do. Act the fool. That's it. That's on the line for me. I don't know.
You think he's bringing out guests tonight?
No.
There's no way.
I don't think so. How lit is it going to be? Well, the State Fair, so it starts tonight. Kyle didn't know. It starts literally tonight, and Ludacris is starting. I think Brett Michael. Somebody else is doing. They have a concert series, but Luda is kind of kicking things off, and I will be in the building. I'm very excited about that. Very, very excited, even though Kyle doesn't understand the concept of artists taking victory laps.
In Sacramento, California on a July 11th?
He's touring. He's touring.
Is he?
Yeah, he's touring a little bit. Yeah. Okay. I saw when I was buying the tickets, he's going to be somewhere else. So he's not just flying out to Sacramento and going back home. He's not doing that.
Let's see. We also have Dirty Heads are going to be at the State Fair.
Is that tomorrow?
That is Wednesday.
Okay.
We got Tesla, local band, local rock band. We got Dustin Lynch. I think that's a country singer who's been at Country in the Park before.
All right.
We've got Journey Revisited. So I guess the Journey cover band. I don't know.
Don't Stop the Feeling 12 times.
Yeah. Cypress Hill.
Yeah.
Brothers Osborne.
Is Bret Michaels on there?
Bret Michaels is tomorrow, I think.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, Bret Michaels is tomorrow if you want to go out there. They're doing a Taylor Swift tribute band.
Okay.
One of the days.
Any other big names?
I'm really, like I said, Brothers Osborne is closing it out. So
Luda, Bret Michaels, and Brothers Osborne.
Yeah, and well, I feel like
Swift tribute.
Dirty Heads is pretty big, I would say.
Yeah.
Dirty Heads is pretty good.
All right.
Other than that, Ludacris is the very clear headliner for this event.
There you go. California State Fair starts today. Be sure to grab your tickets. And you do need tickets if you're trying to go to these concerts. You need tickets to the fair as well. Kyle, let's hear from the other Kyle Draper, who kind of dropped some news. See, that's what happens. You get out there to summer, and people just tell you stuff. Right? You get out there to Summer League and people just tell you stuff. Hey, who are you? I need to tell you something. I want to be your source. That's how I imagine this is going to happen. And in this case, it's about one campaign. Let's hear it, Kyle.
I'll share this. I shared it with Jay. I know of another guard that would love to come and play in Sacramento. His representatives are, trying to angle him to Sac. Campaign. Yeah. Yeah, there's some interest from Campaign's camp in coming to Sacramento.
Whenever they have the interest, that's a problem for me, right? Hey, I'd love to. Hey, anybody looking for a campaign? Hey, I'm over here. We know, dude. You know what that would remind me of? I'm not going to sit here and lie. Talking to Jacob Wilson and how he hit 600 in high school. Yeah, I didn't start every game. Like at the end of the game, when the coaches, you're losing and maybe there was a substitution with the pitcher or something and coach needs a pinch hitter or they bring in a righty, something like that, and you're trying to make eye contact with the coach. He knows you're on the roster. He didn't start you, right? He knows you're there, Allen. He knows you're there. He just doesn't want to. If he wants to play you, we know you exist, campaign. We know you have interest with all the teams.
I mean, this is a guy who was a technically rotation player on the Eastern Conference Finals Knicks last year. You're saying nobody?
Do I have to look at on a feel good Friday? Do I have to look up campaign stats?
It's going to be like 14 minutes.
I'm in a great mood, and both Kyles are making me look up. Okay, 72, and I better be careful in case he does end up on the team. But 72 games, 6.9 points per game, 1.4 rebounds per game, 2.8 assists per game, 40% from the field, 36% from three, 90% from free throw. He played
19 minutes in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Total
in 2 games. 19 minutes, 6 points, 2 assists.
He played 15 minutes for the Knicks this past season. That's not terrible. This past season, yeah.
And that's the Knicks, mind you. This is a Tibbs New York Knicks team.
So maybe that's like 23 minutes on a normal team.
I think that 15 is probably inflated, though, by Jalen Brunson being hurt sometimes and him starting. Like, I'm sure the average is probably lower, but he probably started a couple games that Brunson missed.
Again, these names, campaign, that Draper brought up, Russell. Now, you know what's happening? It's almost as if we're getting tricked into making whatever Scott Perry does feel better, right? Now we're getting lowballed with campaign and other names. So when he goes against Russell Westbrook, we'll say, hey, that's actually not too bad. We were sitting here talking about campaign. That's what this is turning into.
Well, I guess if this will make Sacramento Kings fans feel better, if we're going to start a campaign to sign campaign, there might be a lot of pain, but his camp decides that he wants to come to Sacramento. And, I think we got us a little campaign situation here. Got it?
I don't like anything that you just did there.
Campaign.
I hear you. I got you.
But they're on bars like Ludacris here. We're on the campaign for campaign.
Roddy says, I'm going to campaign to keep campaign off the Kings.
And there might be a little pain involved, but his camp wants to come to Sacramento. So
yeah, like I said, he played 15 minutes.
No pain, no gain, right?
Enough. Can you cut your own mic? It's not that bad. I just personally, like I said, I don't think they need another point guard. Number one. I just don't think they need another point guard. And out of the names, I didn't even want Chris Paul initially. But Chris Paul, if you're going to do it, I guess, Chris Paul, Russell Westbrook, the Chris Paul thing has been really weird how quiet it's been. All we heard is Chris Paul is doing the same thing, just on a different level. Hey, Clippers and Lakers, I'm still here. Yeah, we know, Chris. You keep trying to tell us you want to come here. We know you live in Hey, I want to stay close to my family in LA. We know, Chris. You want to play for the Clippers or the Lakers. We know, man.
And he's going to end up on the Suns.
Yeah, we know, dude. You keep trying to tell us the same thing, but I just don't think the Kings need another point guard. Brendan Nunez did make a good point, and he kind of talked himself into it while making the point. If Dennis Schroeder goes down, how bad of a situation would the Kings be in? And funny enough, Frankie Cardicelli said one thing about Dennis Schroeder, which might not, excite people in whatever way they want to be excited, but he's kind of an Iron Man. But let's say that gets jinxed and he misses some time. What would the Kings do? Again, I just feel like we're pretending like Malik Monk doesn't know how to dribble a basketball now, which is very confusing to me.
I just go back to the same point. I think Malik Monk playing point guard in the limited time we saw this year took away from the things that made Malik Monk good, even if he was a serviceable point guard who had a turnover problem, but he had a turnover problem when he was playing shooting guard. So it's not like this was a new phenomenon for Malik Monk.
He just loves to, those spicy passes. He cannot. It's like the Green Goblin when he's talking to him. Malik sees a crease that's about 5 inches wide. I could fit the ball through it. Yeah, I can make it. And no, you can't, Malik. That's a turnover. But sometimes he does.
But Jokic can do it, so I can do it.
And it's beautiful when he does the pocket passes. That's the Green Goblin mask for Malik Monk. 12 o'clock hour coming up next. Once a team, an NBA team takes a step back, how long does it take to get back to where they were? We give you multiple examples because we got 30 minutes straight of commercial-free local sports talk coming at you. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
The Giant Summer Sale is here. Get giant savings on our giant selection only at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save during the Honda Summer Event and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. See all our specials at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our number one priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda. Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop. Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Low Cash, Vincent Mason, and Abriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo.
Sponsored by Trex Racing Cage, Chicken Fingers, and Naturewood Home Furnishings. Tickets at catpfest.com.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-899-2289. That's 800-899-2289.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal, you should feel better about that, or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
2 hours down, 2 hours to go. If you missed the first couple hours, you missed Jacob Wilson, all-star shortstop for the Athletics. You can go check that out on YouTube, the Sacktown Sports app, on the TuneIn app as well. And he was outstanding. Really excited for Jacob Wilson and Brent Rooker being able to represent the A's and doing this the first season while in Sacramento. And they're going to be out there in Atlanta. Jacob Wilson says he thinks he might be back this week, so is not too worried about missing the All-Star game. And it was a fully loaded first half of the show. We have a fully loaded second half of the show coming up as well. Tyler Rucker, founder of No Ceilings, one of the hottest kind of NBA sites, plenty of writers that are just doing a great job. Some of them are on hand at Summer League and just a ton of great content. We had one of their writers on right after the draft, and they gave us a lot of good notes on some of the Kings draft picks, and Tyler Rucker is going to keep that going. That is coming up in 30 minutes. But as we talked about Jacob Wilson in baseball, wanted to take an opportunity. August 9th, I'm really excited, and talking about founding things as well. August 9th, really excited for the first, hopefully, of many showcases. It's called Top of Nine Showcase, and people were hitting me up on the text line how they can kind of check it out. It is top of, and then the number 9 showcase.com. It's for 16 through 19-year-olds, and we're going to have a couple schools out there, a couple junior colleges, a couple D2s, still working on some D1s. It's an opportunity for kind of late bloomers like myself to have a chance to be seen by college coaches, get some instruction on how you can work at your craft, and maybe, get seen by them, and who knows, find yourself on a roster. So for 16 through 19-year-olds, we're doing it at Luther Burbank High School. Beautiful field. I'm getting out there next week, and we're going to do some more promo videos, but go check that out at topof9showcase.com. Really excited for everyone that goes to these huge showcases, and nobody really is maybe paying attention to you because you're not 6'5", throwing 95 or things like that, but you can still play some ball. So this is an opportunity for you if you know anybody that kind of fits that bill and just had a really good season coming off their sophomore, junior, senior season and not getting too many looks. American River College is going to be out there. Jessup University is going to be out there. We're still talking to Sac City, UC Davis, and Sac State as well. Kenyatta College, where I went in Redwood City, should be out there as well. So really, really exciting stuff. As we get back into the Kings conversation, more of just an NBA conversation, building off of what we discussed yesterday, as some people didn't want to tank, some people did want to tank. Kyle, you have crafted a pretty thorough list of teams that basically tracking their tanking.
Yes.
And how long it took for how bad they were and how bad they had to be to flip the script and then be good again.
Yeah, so this was based on the fastest hour of radio we've ever done yesterday, where we were just talking about the optimistic outlook is they'll be able to turn a corner and get back to 44 wins, and if all that goes well, then they'll be able to get to 48 next year in the Western Conference. And then this is not an embodiment of how good or bad they are. It's just a blip on the radar for the Sacramento Kings. So in 2023, the Kings won 48 games, right? Number 3 seed in the Western Conference. They never got back to that win total or positioning they never even got back to the playoffs, but they never got back to 48 wins.
Okay.
So I kind of put together over the last 15 years, when a Western Conference team takes that step back from 48 to 40 or 55 to 45, how long does it take before they get back to the top?
Right.
Kind of a situation. How many years does it take? Some teams go to the very bottom, some teams don't, but the conclusion is the best way to turn it around is to either A, acquire an MVP in free agency, or B, have an MVP that you can trade to start your rebuild. Right. That seems to be the easiest way to turn things around in the NBA, is either an MVP chooses to come play for your team, or you have to you have an MVP already that you trade to another team.
You know what's an interesting one that we really just don't talk about at all is the Timberwolves path, because they never stunk.
They got the number 1 pick in the draft, and I don't remember it being like, oh my God, they were a 2% chance.
But that's right. But I also don't remember having conversations. I mean, it could be that I don't remember using them the way I use the Orlando Magic or the Detroit Pistons, where it's just enter worst team in the league. I don't remember ever talking about the Timberwolves in that way.
Well, I think because they had that blip of Jimmy Butler, right? So if I remember the timeline correctly, they traded Jimmy Butler in February or January of 2019, or maybe December of 2018. But basically, at the trade deadline in 2019, they traded Jimmy Butler, and then a year and a half later drafted Anthony Edwards. So I think their tanking got kind of condensed a bit by the fact that A, they still had Karl Anthony Towns, and B, they immediately landed Anthony Edwards in their second year of tanking, I want to say.
Yeah, I'm looking here. And Anthony Edwards was 2020.
No, he was 2020.
He was 2020.
Yeah, because he was before James Wiseman. So he was remember Steve Kerr said he doesn't like basketball.
Yeah, and everybody was worried Anthony Edwards liked to play video games or something.
No, it was he doesn't care enough. Steve Kerr was like, he doesn't care enough about basketball.
Okay, so to that point, they were 19. You just, again, I'm not saying, because the 530 was having fun yesterday calling me a loser. And he said, Allen with the hype train talking about the rookies. Allen, you don't sound like a loser today. Well, you might want to plug your ears, 530, because that's what we're talking about, Kyle. They went 19-45 in 2019, 2020. And then you get Anthony Edwards. Just win 19 games.
19 games, 1 season, and get Anthony Edwards.
But that's what's so funny. You dial it back, besides that 19-win season, 36-46, which is, I mean, dang near where the Kings are supposed to be. 36-46, 47-35. That's when they lost in the Western Conference Finals. 31-51. They are a bizarre case. But to that point, and it's interesting who they drafted in 2021, because they went 19-45, and then they went 23-49. So they stunk twice.
Well, I think 3 years too, because if you look at 2019, they were also not great. So it took them a while. It took them 6 years from when Jimmy Butler led them back to the playoffs for the first time in, what was that, like 14 years or something like that, or 12 years. From when Jimmy Butler led them back to the playoffs until they got back to 48 wins in 2024, it was 6 years before they got back to contention.
You know what's funny is in 2021, they went 23. This was actually a really rough go for them. So they won 23 games, and I'm here, NBA.com. They didn't have a draft pick in 2021.
In 2021?
2021. So they draft Anthony Edwards in 2020. Then 2021, they stunk again, but did not draft anybody.
Let's see what we got here.
And then in 2022, they had 4
that's
picks.
Right. You know why? Because they traded it to Golden State for D'Angelo Russell, and the pick became Kuminga.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, their first round pick went to the Warriors. It was Wiggins and Kuminga for D'Angelo Russell, and that first round pick ended up becoming Jonathan Kuminga. Honestly, worked out okay for them. It could have been a lot worse.
I'm just using them as an example because, everybody is, Allen, I don't want to sit there and do what we just did for the last 20 years. And you might not even be able, look, with Maxime Raynaud, the way Nique Clifford is playing, you're not going to be able to tank. That's what I'm telling you right now. But with that being said, it's not about wanting to lose games. It's about wanting to make a decision. And I would enjoy, and I saw some people joking about it yesterday, Maxime, Nique, Devin Carter, Keegan, if you just said we're just going young, where you're not necessarily tanking, you're just, hey, we are focusing, our focus is on developing talent instead of chasing a second round exit. That's what they're doing, Kyle.
But now you sound like that Wizards owner that was like, we weren't tanking, we were prioritizing young players.
And when Alex Saar and all those other draft picks end up working out or possibly working out, then we'll say the Wizards did it the Wizards did what you're supposed to do. But it's not about wanting to lose games. It's just, again, your ceiling shouldn't be second round.
Right. And the Wizards got a great offer for Bradley Beal, and they took it, and it jump-started the rebuild. The real, we are going to suck.
Get John Wall.
Tear down.
He's doing the Dougie somewhere.
Well, they didn't get. Remember, they traded John Wall for Westbrook and tried to get Westbrook was the missing piece that was going to put them over the edge and get them to the second round. Which did that happen? I don't think so.
How many games did Russell Westbrook even play for them?
For the Wizards?
Yeah,
whole season, averaged a triple-double.
Hey, come to Sacramento.
Did they? I think they lost.
Continue. I digress.
I think they lost in the play-in, but he averaged a triple-double. It's not always that simple, though, right? Because, yes, Minnesota traded Jimmy Butler and landed Anthony Edwards 18 months later, right?
It's that simple.
If it worked that way for everyone, that would be great. But if we go down one on the list, the Pelicans drafted they 48 wins with Anthony Davis. 12 months later, drafted Zion.
Mm-hmm.
Still took 5 years for them to get back to 48 wins. And I know Zion injuries and all that stuff, but they thought they had the Timberwolves missing formula when they traded Anthony Davis and immediately got Zion, and it didn't work for the Pelicans.
I do, but I would also say positioning yourself at certain times matters. And I think that if you look at how strong the Cooper Flag situation, I think tanking this past season was smart, right? The Mavs ended up getting it, which nobody saw coming. But I can't really. You can hate on the Jazz if you want. It was the correct decision. They gave it a go, and it didn't work out for them. And now, okay, we need a piece. We know that. Now you go to this upcoming season. Again, the Boozer twins, right? The dude from AJ. There's supposed to be some studs. So I'm looking at the options here, and with the West getting stronger and younger, we're talking about campaign. Is that not crazy to you?
No, and if we go further through the list, there are numerous examples of teams that refused to say uncle, and it delayed their process to get back to the top. But where I would push back is trying to hone in on a very specific target and saying, this is what all the losing will be for is a futile effort. It should more be about, at some point in the next 4 years, we will get the guy.
But no. But listen to me. I know you can't. You don't want to give away these guys for nothing, right? And I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you have to. I'm saying you keep Domantas Sabonis, right? You keep Zach LaVine, and maybe you're still not bad enough. But it's just an emphasis on it's going to be those guys and a bunch of young guys this upcoming season. We stink. We get a top 5 guy, and then we're rocking and rolling right back.
It's just not that simple because even for these rookies and these stars,
they showed us.
But even the Timberwolves, those 19-year-olds don't contribute right away. I mean, Anthony Edwards landed in Minnesota, and what'd you say? They went 24 wins the next season. It took them 4 years to get back to 48 wins with Anthony Edwards.
4 years flies quickly. Here's my issue.
And they had Carl, too. It's not like they were starting from scratch.
Here's my issue. I think drafts matter. I know you can find a diamond in the rough anywhere, but they decide to do what they do, right? Let's say the Kings end with that 38 wins. Domantas Sabonis says, as much as I like Napa, I do want to compete at some point. That next offseason that we talked about so much, they move off of Zach LaVine. They move off of Domantas Sabonis. Now, I don't know anything about the 2027 draft class right now, but I would be very annoyed if, because you wanted to pretend, for lack of a better term, pretend like you actually were going to contend, you missed out on a fully loaded draft class just to do the exact same thing a year later.
I guess my point would be, though, like, if they do the strategy you're talking about, which is like, hey, keep it together, play the young guys with Sabonis, win 30 games, they've got a 10% shot at winning the lottery. Let's say
Don't make me fire up Tankathon again.
Let's say they finish with the sixth worst record in the league next season, and they've got, I don't know what that is, like a 10% chance or an 8% chance of winning the lottery. What happens if Chicago jumps into the top 4, Portland jumps into the top 4, and now you have the 8th pick in the draft, right? Then do you change your entire strategy for the next 4 years based on the fact that you didn't get one of the ping pong balls in 2026?
No, I don't. It just feels like they're delaying the inevitable. All right, Kyle, hold on. I'm going to do it live again. The first sim lottery. I'm going to do this every day.
Jesus. I love the lottery, and even I am like, that's a bit much.
I'm going to do it every day until the season starts.
Okay.
I did it. They stayed at 8.
They stayed at 8? Okay.
They stayed at 8. Let me do it again.
So, again, but like, let's say
they went down to 9. Today's a bad day.
You know?
You got to know when to walk away, just like Vegas.
26% chances means, think about it this way. If there's a 26% chance of jumping into the top 4 right now, that means once a week, we're going to jump into the top 4. Mm-hmm. And that one day every week, optimistic Allen is going to jump out of the closet and be ready to sell his soul for 1 year in the tank. But again, this is why if you're going to do the tanking method, it's not about, again, Utah just went through this year. It's not, we are going to get Cooper Flagg. It is, we are going to get either Risache or Wemby or Cooper Flagg or AJ or whoever the 2027 first round pick is. We don't know which one's going to be a stud, but one of these years we're going to land the top pick that is going to change our fortunes, just like they did back in 2018, except they took Marvin Bagley.
And Utah, they get Ace Bailey, even though he might not want to be there. They could double up. They could stink again, and then get one of the boozer, the good. They're both good, but one's really good. The good boozer twin, or AJ, and really be cooking.
Well, really be cooking, yes, but also Utah now is at the point of the rebuild where they've cleared out all the old dudes, right? They're giving runway to Collier, to Filipowski, to Keontae George, to Taylor Hendricks. Hopefully he comes back healthy from that scary injury, right? They're giving runway to the young guys to see who's going to be their Jabari Smith, Amon Thompson, Tari Eason. Like, you have to have a collection of young guys also, which Utah now has. They just don't have the one guy.
Your argument is it's not just one guy. You have to collect. And I think you can do both, though. I think you can play decent basketball and also collect.
No, my point is you have to have both.
Yeah.
I'm saying the rebuild doesn't work without both. Look at Portland right now. They've got the young talent.
Well, they took the last top 3 draft pick under 6'3" in the history of the NBA.
Exactly. Portland, again, I'm just drawing a comparison here. Scoot Henderson could be a very good player, but
and then they took Donovan Clingan, I just don't get it.
Portland ended up with Marvin Bagley. The other teams ended up with Cade Cunningham, right? Mm-hmm. Process doesn't work. You have to get a future top 10 player of the league and a collection of young talent to justify spending 4 full seasons in the tank.
Nobody's talking about 4 seasons. I'm talking about 1. Just give me one.
I mean, if you look at the Kings, though, haven't we already spent one season in the tank and have nothing to show for it last season?
That's not the tank.
I'm not saying it's the tank. I'm saying that's the beginning of taking the step back that we're talking about here. No one got to cut corners unless they either there's only 3 teams that got to cut corners.
I know.
You had an MVP on your team already. An MVP chose to play for you. Kevin Durant to the Warriors, LeBron to the Lakers, Kawhi to the Clippers. Or you're Nico Harrison. And fortune favors the brave, right? Those are the only scenarios that you get to cut corners, is having an MVP or being Nico Harrison.
916 says, and this kind of sounds like Dave's take whenever anybody says, we've been tanking for 20 years. And Dave, typically says something similar to this. The Kings never fully tank, but they also rarely, just the whole point of the Kings never fully tanking. 916 goes on to say, they also rarely choose good draft picks, minus Halliburton and Fox. Tanking makes sense when you have good scouts and a competent front office. At this point, I'd rather mediocrity than awful forever. That's just life as a Kings fan. What's interesting about that take from the 916 is how, I guess, soured everybody is at just the idea of the tanking thing, even with Scott Perry. So I would ask the 916, let's say Nique Clifford is a dude and Maxime Raynaud is a dude, and they look like competent basketball players that can play at the NBA level. Again, we're talking late first rounder and a second round pick. Would that make you feel more comfortable? Or is it just, hey, as long as Vivek is a part of it, I don't trust anything, which that could be the option too. But having Scott Perry, if he gets a year under his belt and you say, dang, Scott Perry hit on Nique Clifford and Maxime Raynaud, which obviously if they hit, the Kings wouldn't be bad enough to get a top 5 pick anyway, on top of, what they have going on with DeRozan and Levine and Sabonis and the rest of the crew. But just hang with me. So maybe it's not that next season and you would miss out on the loaded 2026 class, but would you sit there and say, I would maybe be more comfortable with, I'm not even going to say the T word. I'm just going to say forming young talent, molding young talent. Would you be more comfortable focusing on young talent with Scott Perry at the helm? If you say, hey, he did really well this last draft period, and I feel more comfortable that he would be able to, that he would do the right things in a type of situation where you are developing young talent than in years past. Because it feels like nobody wants to tank because nobody trusts the Kings to do the right thing after they do tank. It's like, okay, now we have the opportunity. This was the first time, like I said, and this is not when Nique Clifford got picked because nobody, most people didn't see that coming. But this is the first time for me, I know I've only been out here a couple years, when I'm watching the draft and I'm saying, just say the name. Just say the name that makes sense. And they did it. Last season, and by the way, we got to keep an eye on Dalton Connect. I know he played yesterday. Last season for me, it was Dalton Connect. Now, I'm not saying Dalton Connect's going to be a superstar. I'm just saying that name made sense to me. And it was a random name that got said in Devin Carter, who couldn't even play. I'm saying literally couldn't play. Not that he's not good. He was injured to start the season. We didn't get to see him in Summer League, anything like that. So we'll see what happens with these picks. But is there a world where Kings fans, you'd feel better about developing a season of developing young talent because you trust Scott Perry more than you may have trusted the Monty McNairs and guys like that of the past?
Well, I think those are the people who are arguing to tear it down, is just the thought process of developing young talent, which brings it back to, again, the Wizards owner who was like, we weren't tanking, we were developing young players.
Yeah,
again, it's a fine line between the two, but it's the same process, right? We are not fielding the best possible team that we can because we believe it will produce results in the long run. Mm-hmm. Short-term sacrifice for long-term gain kinds of situations, which, by the way, you don't have to do with trading Sabonis, right? If you get an offer of 6 first-round picks, sure, you take it like Utah did with Rudy Gobert. you take the trade and you figure out the rest later. Or Washington got a Godfather offer for Bradley Beal and they took it and it screwed Phoenix, and look, Washington's in a better position today than they were before.
Yeah.
If you get that trade, great. If not, you can make it work.
Yeah.
And Sabonis only has 3 years left on the deal. And if you're going with this strategy of we're going to prioritize and development young talent that isn't actually that young, then we are going to be 3 years away from ever getting back to contention in the first place.
Tyler Rucker joins us of No Ceilings to keep the hype train going. He knows all about Nique Clifford, Maxime Raynaud, and also Devin Carter. And we asked him, what would he do if he were Scott Perry? The hype train for these rookies rolls on. Don't move. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Fidium Fiber.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. It's finally Friday. Getting out the door, and it feels a bit more mild this morning. We've kind of lost the impact of the Delta breeze. As we head through the afternoon, we'll have light winds, hazy sunshine, air quality unhealthy for sensitive groups. Highs today, 100 to 103. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
It's about time they
fix that pothole.
Invented better windshield wipers.
made an internet that just works. Fidium Fiber Internet, starting at only $30 a month. It feels like Fidium. Offer available to residential customers only. Terms and conditions apply. See Fidium.com for details.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you bought that TV in a parking lot. It just happened to not come in a box or include a remote. And when you finally managed to turn it on, all it displayed was the menu of Grumpy's Tacos. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
There right now. Try real quick.
Test.
Nothing coming through StreamYard.
Something that I think people didn't realize how special it was. And like his junior year, they asked him to do a lot when it came to playmaking and the defense side of the ball. Then as a senior, they're like, hey, we need you to carry the team offensively. So Nique has really good vision. He's crafty with understanding how to get to his spots and create angles for teammates. And he also knows when he can get his own, but he's not one of those that's going to force it. So, hearing Scott Perry talk about that, I was like, look, Nique has the ability to really do that, give you some lineup, flexibility and run the point guard position because he's just a talented playmaker and kind of ability and at the table for everyone. So wasn't surprised to me because I was like, hey, if I got Nique Clifford, I'd be trying to figure out any way to get him on the court and use his strength. So that's why I think it was a
Do you have an open pot?
A what?
An open fader that I can use? Which one?
We can go 16.
16?
Once you said that, and you brought up the Swiss Army knife thing, which I love, and that's what
you want me to put StreamYard on?
Well, that's got program on it, right?
No.
From those ceilings, and
that was originally on Studio 2 PGM.
We've had conversations on
What
this
about this
show
one?
about
That's that computer back there.
Right. Do you need it?
I mean, not immediate, not right now, but we will.
Do they need it in the afternoon?
I don't think so. These are the three we usually change. This one you can change for right now.
What does this one do?
Right now it plays.
They're saying hot mic.
Devin was one of those where I still that's why I'm still high on kind of
Check.
There you are.
I was going to say Knicks, maybe Knicks, Celtics, and Lakers.
I almost disagree only because Kobe Bryant he got the ending he wanted. The Lakers gave him that contract, and maybe they were stuck with it. But
homegrown. I know the trade at the
beginning. They gave him the ending he wanted, and I think LeBron, based on the Lakers' actions up until the Luka trade, I think the Lakers thought it would be the same thing.
But I also kind of feel like, yeah, the Luka thing is part of it, but it just feels like the Kobe situation was clearer. LeBron, because Kobe wasn't the same player. Since LeBron is still a top, 30, 40 player in the league, it's more of, all right, we have to pay you top 10 money because you're LeBron James, but we don't want to pay you LeBron James money because you're really good, but you're not that anymore. So it's different than the Kobe thing, Luka or no Luka, just because of where LeBron is and how the money has changed and things like that, in my opinion. So the reality is this could be the scariest situation for the rest of the league, because LeBron is going to make 52. If he decides, fine, I'll just take pay cuts now, because now you could have a 42-year-old ring chasing LeBron.
Yeah,
and now I'm going to the Warriors if I'm LeBron.
So
on a minimum.
So in this full story, it's really interesting because Shelburne and Shelburne and Windhorst are detailing in the full story. It's really good if people want to read it too, by the way. They talked about how they gave LeBron no heads up. Luka and his agent met with Rob Pelinka and Jeannie this summer. That's something they traditionally did with LeBron, and they didn't. They didn't offer LeBron a contract at all. They gave LeBron no heads up that the team was being sold to Mark Walter. And there's all these things that are indicating they're not placating to LeBron anymore. But what they also mention is that LeBron has been subtly making notes to Cleveland and posting things about coming home on the internet.
He's so shameless.
Which, again, they make the point LeBron does everything with intent, even if he denies it. I think now he's kind of trying to figure out what other ending he can have. And I think the only option is to try and go to the Cavs. That's the only one that makes sense for him and what he wants at the end of his career is a send-off with the Lakers or a send-off with the Cavs.
Yeah, I mean, I think basketball-wise, all the timing would make sense for him to join. If he said, bleep you, I'm going to go play with the Warriors on a minimum deal, so you'd have Jimmy. Because Jimmy's on a 2-year deal, so you'd have Jimmy, Steph, Draymond, LeBron James.
I don't think he would give Lacob the satisfaction.
No, I don't think he would do it, because that ring might mean less to people than even the Kevin Durant rings, right? That would be great for content, but nobody would say, "Oh, look, LeBron has as many as Kobe now, or whatever it is with 5." I just don't think that ring would mean nothing.
Well, yeah, but that's
and
not.
And Steph would have 5 too.
But that's not what LeBron's at this stage of his career, right? He's not trying to go out with one more championship, right? He's 42 years old, making $52 million. He thought he was going to get to end with the Lakers with him and Bronny, and that's just not happening anymore. They in a weird way, he got his podcast co-host JJ Redick, the head coach, and then as soon as they traded for Luka Doncic, it was like, okay, we're going to do our thing now, LeBron. Thank you very much for your time. And Shelburne makes the point, and Windhorst make the point in the story, is if he decides he is done after next season, the Lakers would give him a retirement tour. They would give him the ending he deserves. But if he wants to hang around longer, the Lakers are going to be like, we just went through this with Kobe Bryant.
Right.
Of hanging on too long and setting the franchise back. We just got Luka. We're not doing that with you, because we have to do everything we can to convince Luka to stay.
Right. And that's the thing. That's what I'm saying with the difference between Kobe and LeBron. Kind of knew when it was over for Kobe, right? And the way the team was going and where Kobe was at, he wasn't as productive as LeBron. That's just what it is.
They won 18 games Kobe's last season, I think.
That's just what it is. So it makes things easier. Father Time hasn't been as cruel to LeBron. So it leaves the Lakers in a weird spot where, again, we're paying you. If you're going to keep asking for LeBron, here's the weird thing, right? And maybe some of that is based on how they play as well. And the Lakers saying, we want to start to build a team around Luka, because why couldn't it have been a conversation, unless LeBron just doesn't want to do it, where it's, hey, I'll take the 50 mil. I'm probably not worth 50 mil anymore. That's fine. So then I'll do the Aaron Rodgers thing and I'll come back to the Lakers on 10 mil or whatever. But it sounds like the Lakers don't even want that option, because we just want to get out of the LeBron James business and start the next go at this, because it's not just LeBron's production. It's almost a double-edged sword in how you can build around him, but it's LeBron, so you can't just hide LeBron in the corner.
When it specifically comes to roster building, there is only one concern the Lakers have right now, and that is do whatever it takes to convince Luka Doncic to sign that contract extension. If it happens to involve, like you mentioned, LeBron doing a pay cut and coming back for an extra year on a lesser dollar amount for one last season, then great. LeBron was his favorite player. Luka has huge admiration for LeBron. Great. If it doesn't involve that, then the Lakers just say, thank you, LeBron, for your time. We have to prioritize what Luka wants, because otherwise Luka will leave.
But I'm even saying, if money aside, they might say, you're going to leave a gaping hole when you're gone. So we kind of just want to do it on our own and start to build the team, because you're missing out on having LeBron. And look, if they win the whole thing, cool. But if you don't think you're going to win a championship, having LeBron, okay, now we're missing out on another free agent or two or whatever, because, or guys on the team aren't developing because we have LeBron, which is a crazy statement, but that's what only the Lakers could find themselves in a situation where it's, oh man, since we got Luka, sorry, LeBron, you got to kick rocks.
But that's what's so fascinating about this, is that it seems like the Lakers have already made up their mind.
No, yeah, they have.
Yeah.
They have. The money thing, and the Lakers are now saying we're willing to maybe take a step back, a small one, to put Luka in the best situation. So now LeBron turns into like I said, the scariest free agent out there, where he could be what Kevin Durant is about to be for the Rockets, or whatever the case is.
I mean, we say that, but at the same time, like, Luka can also be a free agent next summer. And I'm sure he might sign an extension with the Lakers before that ever happens. Sure, that's totally a possibility. But in the same vein, we could be in a world where Luka and LeBron are both free agents next summer.
And that's the world I want to live in. They both leave the Lakers.
They both leave, and the Lakers are stuck with Jamal Murray at the end of it, because they had to do a sign and trade with the Nuggets.
That's the world I want to live in. Some text to read through here from the 530. Do you think getting back to the hype train with the rookies, do you think these 4-year guys could ever turn into potential stars? Trying not to overreact, but how likely do older rookies pan out into stars? That's a great question from the 530. And off the top of my head, Brunson's just going to be the answer now. We're going to use Brunson as we almost have to eliminate Brunson, since that's the only one to use, because this is the same thing with Josh Allen when the Niners took Trey Lance. Hey, Josh Allen was inaccurate, and then he figured it out. Okay, now name the rest of them.
Are we specifically doing just second-round picks or older draft picks?
I think 530 is just mentioning older draft picks.
Okay, well, I've pulled up the Ringer's top 100 list. So,
okay,
how old would you say is old when drafted?
22.
22? Okay. Just real quick, Tyrese Halliburton was 20, Donovan Mitchell was 21, but that's a little different because he first year was like an all-star and led the Jazz to the playoffs, so he just immediately came in and was awesome.
Right.
just going through Kevin Durant, Young, Kawhi was 20. His rookie year, he was 20. It's not quite 22, but it's a little bit older.
Kyle, it's not quite 22.
No.
You can drink at one age, the other age you cannot. That's one big difference.
When you're my age, the years just blend together.
When you're your age, you just don't, anything above 25, you're just cooked.
I haven't gotten to either age yet, so we'll see how it goes.
Who else?
This one is interesting. Let me look up how old he was when he got drafted. Pascal Siakam.
Yeah.
I don't know how old he was, but
my guess is not 22.
Maybe not 22, but he was 22 years old.
Okay. Pascal, there's one.
Pascal
there's another
Siakam
one.
was.
What about Sabonis? Felt like he was at Gonzaga for a while.
I think he was a one and done.
Oh.
Or maybe two and done.
When you're at Gonzaga, it just feels like you've been there for 4 years.
Sabonis was a two and done, so he was 20 when he was drafted.
Okay. So,
Siakam,
you might be onto something 5.30, but look, that's the difference between, we're not necessarily talking top 10 superstars. Now, a Siakam, like we're mentioning, an all-star and a very productive player. You got another one?
I got to go. So this one was 21 when drafted, 22 when he debuted in the league.
Okay.
30th pick in the draft.
Okay.
Junior college, 3 years of college basketball. Now a future Hall of Famer.
Oh, you're talking about Jimmy Butler?
Jimmy Butler, yes. So Jimmy Butler, Jalen Brunson, and Pascal Siakam, those are, and of course, like Jokic being 20, but the 42nd pick in the draft. Those are like the gold standards.
But we could even discuss again, and 530 asked about, potential stars. But again, we're talking, these guys all had a turn at being top 10 in the league. There's probably a lot more that were drafted at 22 that, no, they never sniffed being top 10 in the league, but, they were solid players. I mean, look at how old it was Mikal Bridges. They were all there in Villanova for a while. So Mikal Bridges, or was he younger?
Well, he was also a lottery pick, so I don't know.
That's true. He was that probably means he was younger.
He was 21 when drafted, 22 when he debuted. But again, he was also the 10th pick in the draft. Austin Reeves is another one kind of like that, but now we're getting into the camp of like second round and undrafted guys, which there are every year.
Yeah. Well, now we're just getting into the camp of we've left star.
Yeah.
We've left star. The
Austin
question
Reeves,
was
23.
star. Yeah. Austin Reeves not a star.
Right. But what is the bar in between what you're talking about? Yes, there were guys who had a turn at being best players on championship teams, but like Austin Reeves is the third best player on a team that, while in a weak Western Conference, went to the conference finals.
The question on the text line said star. So we're talking star. I'm just saying, to me, Pascal Siakam is a star, but he's never been considered top. You went to top 10 in the league. I'm just saying there is a middle ground between top 10 in the league and Austin Reeves. And I think that's Pascal Siakam.
Yeah, I guess I'm going through the rest of them. About Zubac, I don't actually know much about his background. I don't know how old he was when he was drafted.
He kind of got a baby face. I don't know how old he was.
Yeah, but he was also like a second round pick, 32nd overall.
Look,
debuted at 20 years old.
Yeah. Look, the point is, I don't know that these guys are going to be superstars, but they were drafted at 26 in the second round. They weren't supposed to be superstars. So you can be excited about, how about this? Last season, we didn't get to watch the draft pick. So you don't have to sit there and, cool off your expectations simply because, I don't know if they're going to be a star or not. How about just being a rotational, a player in an NBA rotation? How about that? 209 says Dame Lillard.
I don't know if he was 22 because he was 2 and done.
Yeah, I know he's at a small school, but that doesn't mean he was there for a while. CJ McCollum,
Lehigh, but again, these are also
that crazy picture of him at Lehigh where he's like 5'6".
These are also lottery picks, though.
Yeah,
right. Like it's not Nique Clifford, 24th in the draft.
Right. There's a question about age. I think sometimes it goes hand in hand because most of the time the top picks are younger.
Yeah.
So
especially nowadays where it's like in the NIL era, you are either one and done or you're sticking around 2 or 3 years just because the money is better in college than being a second round pick.
Yeah. And I think you should feel good about a 5-3-0. And, it doesn't have to be, I don't want to be excited because I don't know if they'll be stars or not. We just want dudes that are going to be able to play. But Maxime Raynaud will be a star. And Nique Clifford, he may well.
Don't you worry about that.
Yeah, don't you worry. They will be, but if not, you can still be excited. But they will be stars. Don't get me wrong with that. 209 in regards to Carter's, we had not a poll, but we asked a question earlier. We went very old school sports talk radio, scale of 1 to 10. How worried are you about Devin Carter? Where is your panic meter? 10 being the highest. 209 says, in regards to Carter, I'm at an 11. I'm at an 11. 530 says, with me finding out Devin Carter's shoulder is still bugging him, I say get him out of here. It's obvious that it will be an issue all his career.
God blessing me with his body.
That's a very interesting time to play that. But
God blessing me with his body.
But yeah, I hear you on that one. I'm not saying get him out of here, but this season is huge for Devin Carter. Again, going back to the age thing. 209 says they're at a 6. Don't want to get too worried because it's just one game. Yeah, I'm at a 6. I'm at a strong 6, probably really a 7. That's where I'm at. 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. Kyle, you said you're at a 5 or 4?
No, I'm at like a 3.
Here.
Again, I'm not worried about it at all. I
really just be chilling for real.
Because
But what does that mean? You're not worried?
I'm not basing any of my opinion on Devin Carter based on his summer league performance.
Okay, so let me change the question. What are your expectations? I guess you're not worried I guess somebody might not be worried if they don't have expectations.
The only reason I'm at a 3 is because my stance, and I've talked about this before, is you can't judge any player based on their rookie year in the NBA, right? It's so hard for rookies to find minutes, especially if you're on a team that is trying to compete. In the case of Devin Carter, you especially can't evaluate it because of the injury concerns. Now, you can put the injury concerns as their own thing, but based on his rookie year, I'm not drawing any definitive conclusions about the player Devin Carter could be. Mm-hmm. Where I'm at a 3 is just I am disappointed that we didn't see any signs other than that one quarter in Boston.
No.
Other than that one quarter in Boston when everyone was apologizing.
Hold on. There was a game. I was there. It was a home game where he had a crazy stretch. He had a steal. Remember, he had that crazy dunk.
Yep.
I don't know what game that was, but yeah, there was that, and then there was Boston.
There was that one quarter in Boston.
No, there were like 3 moments.
My point is, it's not Khalil Ware, right? You know Khalil Ware is going to be an impact player in year 2.
I don't know that. I don't know that.
I feel pretty confident in saying he's going to be, or like Jared McCain. He only played 17 games, but you saw it. You saw he has a chance to be a 20-point per game scorer every night in the league.
The hype train for Khalil Ware was a nice ride. The hype train for Jared McCain might have been quick, but man, it was fun. There really was no hype train for Devin Carter. It was a. You ever get on the train? I get on BART, and the difference between, so you go in the city and it's Embarcadero and then Montgomery and then Civic. They're all super close to one another. That was the Devin Carter hype train. It was getting on at Embarcadero and getting off at Montgomery. It was about 2 seconds.
I'll take your word for it.
Trust me on this.
Never done it before, but not a Bay Area guy.
Amtrak. How about that? The Vacaville one to the Fairfield stop.
That's a great chat.
That was the hype train for Devin Carter, but the hype trains for Khalil Ware went all the way to Santa Clara.
Yeah.
And the hype train for Jared McCain was a bullet train. It was quick.
The part that is tough, though, I guess is kind of my one thought on it, is like, it seems like the way the roster is constructed right now, him and Nique Clifford are going to be fighting for playing time.
Mm-hmm. And Tyler Rucker and No Ceilings did say they're not super redundant, but yeah, kind of.
Yeah, it's like sure, it's not a 7-footer and a 6'3" combo guard, but they're not the same player.
Yes.
Because I think Nique is going to be the new Jake LaRavia, and Devin Carter is going to be, I don't know, a Keon Ellis replacement, a Keon Ellis support. I have no idea. Well, because Keon only has 1 year left on the deal. But I'm just saying, like, how is Devin Carter going to find minutes? Keon's not even starting on this team anymore. How is Devin Carter going to find minutes if Keon Ellis can't even start on this team?
I don't know. I do not know. I truly don't know.
And that's what's so weird about this is like, okay, he needs the runway this year to be able to prove it. Because if you don't see anything this year, it's like, we got a team option. We got to accept or decline. And I don't know what we're going to do about that. So if he's not going to be given the runway, then that just kind of sucks because it's not going to work out. That's the thing that sucks. It's like right now you don't know anything, but by the end of year 2, you got to know something. That's the thing that sucks about these picks.
916-329-1140. I'm going to Vegas tomorrow. I know I do Vegas pretty often, but am I missing something? Kyle wants to have a special in-style, out-of-style, what Allen is most looking forward to while in Vegas. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heart. AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by...
Check.
Yep.
Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal. You should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990.
Check. Give me a thumbs up if that's no reverb, no nothing. Sounds great.
mattresses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery. So
check. Does it sound doable? All right.
Service. Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. With $30,000 worth of state-of-the-art technology ready for your fitting, Hagen Oaks will help you make your best putting stroke while finding the best putter design, shape, hosel, length, and loft for your game. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531 for more.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/SacktownSports1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Thanks for rocking with us. 30 more minutes. Everything's been good, I believe, if you are listening on the Sacktown Sports app or on the radio, but YouTube has been in and out. Some of you have moved over to the app, so we appreciate you.
I think we're all good now.
Okay.
And I think you're all good for Monday.
Okay, so that is good to hear, and we'll be all good for the Drive Guys because gotta check in on the Drive Guys. Got to check in on the Drive Guys. Draper looked like he found a spot to do the show yesterday, and I will bug him until he tells me where he did the show, and I will be able to do the show from the same area. But speaking of Vegas, we're going to have some fun here. By the way, somebody out there is probably wondering what happened because I teased this. Yesterday on the morning show during Crosstalk, I teased that my little sister was going to call in and do an impression of me because she came over earlier this week. She was out there. She was out in Sacramento, and she started doing an impression of me, and I dared her to do it on the air on this show. So she had some scheduling conflicts come up, and she told me that after I said it on the show, of course. So that is why she wants to do it next week. But yeah, she gave me a little free preview. I'm not going to tell you whether I think it's good or not. And I would tell you if it was good. So she gave me a little free preview earlier this week, and I thought we were going to be able to get her on today. She got busy with work, so she's not able to make it. But next week, hopefully, we will have my little sister on the show to give her Allen Stiles impression. There have been a lot of people that have done Allen Stiles impressions, and I'll give it to you if it's a good impression. I will. I think, who was it? I think Matt George has an Allen Stiles impression. Chris Watkins has an Allen Stiles impression. Frankie has an Allen Stiles impression. Some are better than others, okay? But I will give it to you. So my little sister next week, if we get her on the show, we all have to rate whether or not she has a good impression of, obviously, me on the show. With that being said, that will be after Vegas, of course. And Kyle, we wanted to have some fun with the things that I am looking forward to doing in Vegas, but also if there is something that I'm missing in Vegas, 916-339-1140 text line and the YouTube, let me know. I'm not going to any shows, by the way. I'm only there for 2 nights, so I cannot waste time with any shows. But any food places, I know there's a really famous soul food place out there. I can't sit in line for too long either. But if there's anything, okay, let me know. So Kyle, this is the list that I've come up with. Some are more generic, and some are pretty specific. So in no particular order, here is the list, Kyle. Schmoozing, of course, that's number 1.
That's the thing you're most excited about?
Yes. Running into Shams and saying, I'm going to get you on Sacktown Sports. Of course, that's the number 1 thing.
Okay.
Tim Legler.
That was just a little disappointing.
Stephen A.
Whitey's laughing at you back here, by the way.
Well, I'm leaving here with something. I'm leaving here with something. Schmoozing and sources.
Let's shoot for Bruce Pearl first.
Schmoozing and sources. Last time I had that viral pic with Cam Newton where I looked like a Boy Scout.
Viral is a stretch.
I looked like a child next to Cam Newton. The angles weren't great, so I'm Kyle can't even talk right now.
I'm sorry. You said viral photo of Cam Newton, and Whitey said viral. Did he have COVID?
You know what, Whitey? Just give me 5 minutes, Whitey. All right, for crosstalk. Dang it. Next, I have food because of all the great food in Vegas. Like I said, I'm going to Guy's restaurant. I've gone to Giada's restaurant. I don't think we'll be doing that but this time, and would have to make reservations. Still haven't gone to Hell's Kitchen, but I will get there at some point. And I would say this, Kyle, and I know if Chris Watkins listening, he's going to laugh. You know, I always say the airport just gives me hope, even though I don't know how hopeful I'll be feeling with my expired passport. But just the feeling of arriving in Vegas, you know? You're just there, and there's just so much hope when you arrive in Vegas. You know what I'm saying?
I've never done Vegas, so I'm going to take your word for it. I feel like the opposite of that is true at the departures from the Vegas airport.
It's the worst feeling ever.
Is it the saddest place in America?
I leave with my body is bloated and my wallet is empty.
Yeah, that's what I'm feeling like, is that this optimism that you're feeling on the way there is the exact, like, it's like a yin and yang, right? Like all things are balanced in the universe. The arrivals at Vegas is this bringing of optimism, and you're so happy.
I've been working out all week. You know, I've saved up a little bit of cash. All right, I'm ready to go.
And then on the opposite side of the airport, it's just sadness.
Yeah, but it's not going to happen this time. I'm going to leave, maybe still bloated, yes, but wallet's going to be bloated, okay? My phone is going to be bloated with all the numbers that I'm going to get, all the sources that I'm going to acquire. So the hope of Vegas comes in at number 4, Kyle, and I'm realizing now I should have done this in reverse order. Number 5, I'm going to say getting lost on the Strip, because you're always going to get lost on the Strip at least once. When I was out there earlier this year with my dad for March Madness, we got lost on the Strip. We were leaving Caesars, or we were across from Caesars, ended up getting lost on the Strip. So number 5 is getting lost on the Strip somewhere, just because it's going to happen.
So on this list, you have getting lost on the Strip, arriving at the airport. So arriving at the airport, being on the Strip.
Yes.
Schmoozing, eating food,
and I would say, I got to say it the right way on the airwaves, playing games. Playing some games.
You know, where is Maxime Raynaud on this list, huh? Where's the
actual basketball?
Yeah, where's the excitement for like?
We'll get there. We'll get there. So we have that as well. Number 6, I love doing this, saying a casino before walking in, saying a casino owes me money, and then losing money in the same casino that I said this casino. For example, I walk into the Luxor. Come on, let's go, guys. Yeah, this place owes me some money.
Oh, so you're saying it like a dad term?
Yes. And
okay.
You know what? I think the Luxor owes me some money, and then proceeding to lose money.
Okay, so you're doing it like a dad joke. Now I like it, because at first I was like, "What are we talking about?" But now I'm in on this.
You know what, Paris? They owe me some money. Let's get in there, guys. And then I lose everything. Yeah. Actually, Paris went well for me during March Madness. Number 7, forgetting to go somewhere I've had saved on my Instagram or in my notes for years. It happens every time I go to Vegas. I save it. I maybe send it to my wife. I send it to my friends. Send it to whoever I'm going with. We have to go there. I'm in the airport getting ready to go home, and I realize, oh yeah, I didn't go there. And it's weird because I feel like the algorithm is messed up to where I'll get a bunch of Vegas stuff on my timeline right after I get back from Vegas. They're just a little delayed.
Well, they have to react to you saying that you're talking about Vegas or being in Vegas. I guess just hold up your phone to your mouth right now and say Las Vegas, Las Vegas, Las Vegas, and your phone will.
That's right. Vincent Ramirez says you can't get lost on the Strip. It's a straight line. I'm telling you, Vincent, you can get lost on the Strip. I don't need, everything looks the same. There was a CVS. There was a CVS on the other corner. You got to use landmarks. You got to use landmarks, Vincent. Hey, And Whitey, stop laughing back there.
But I feel like Vincent is wrong. You know, the world is your oyster when you're on the Strip.
I'm just saying.
It's not that hard to get lost because it's, you know, it's a straight line. You just
all I know
turn
is
around.
We ended up on one escalator and it was the wrong escalator. You know what? Don't worry about it. And number 8, last on the list, the hype train. Sacramento Kings basketball. Okay?
Wow,
Maxime Raynaud. 8th, also known as first because I did this backwards.
8th is in the 8th pick in the draft they're going to get.
No. They're getting number 5. Okay? We're developing talent. Maxime Raynaud, Nique Clifford, Devin Carter playing with the chip on his shoulder. This is what we need, the hype train. So those are all the things. And kicking it with Chris Watkins, Frankie, and Brendan. And who else is out there? Whoever else is
Kyle
out there.
Draper.
I saw Tristy's out there. Whoever else is out there.
Sean Cunningham drove there.
He drove there. Hey, let's do it, man. Let's get lost on the Strip.
Our guy Jeremiah's out there.
Let's get lost on the Strip. That's where I'm at, Kyle. Mm-hmm.
That is where you're at, huh? I'm glad that I put this together because I didn't think that you would have so many. I know you well enough that I thought you'd have some good things to put down here, but you blown it out of the water. This was a great in style out of style.
Oh, also, thank you. Also, don't sleep on downtown Vegas and me telling people that. I love to tell people that. Hey, you want to go to downtown Vegas? It's cheaper. You want to go to downtown Vegas?
I feel like now we're devolved from things you're looking forward to just things you say in Vegas.
But that's also true. You got to go to the D. It's called the D Hotel. The D. You want to go to the D?
You got to make sure you find the D.
Whitey Gleason joining us next to close out the show. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with the special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Low Cash, Vincent Mason, and Averyana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo.
Sponsored by Trent's Racing Canes, Chicken Fingers, and Nature Wood Home Furnishings. Tickets at catpfest.com.
Skeeter here. Got a question. What's small and dark with white bands on its legs and bites during the day?
Mosquitoes. Hi, I'm Luz Maria Robles, but these are 2 new types of day-biting mosquitoes. They're invading our area and becoming a big problem.
And they can be dangerous.
But we're on it, so when you see them, report it at fightthebite.net. In the meantime, use insect repellent and drain stagnant water around your yard.
We're here to help with these day-biting mosquitoes.
Visit us at fightthebite.net.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local, but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Payout via virtual prepaid card below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
At Kids Care Dental and Orthodontics, we're all about summer smiles. During July, we're having our Summer Smiles special with $300 off braces or Invisalign with no money down if you start treatment in July. And you'll have a chance to win Legoland tickets. Go to kidscaredental.com for more information.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Live and local
It's Allen Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
Whitey Gleason joins us.
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you, Whitey Gleason. And it's a beautiful, beautiful Friday. All right. Choo-choo. The hype train. It made a stop. It picked up Brendan Nunez. It made a stop. It picked up Kyle Ledbetter. I'm the conductor, by the way. Hey, Whitey, you want to ride?
I'm good.
You want to hop on the hype train?
I'm good. Thanks.
Maxime Raynaud.
Looks pretty crowded.
Maxime Raynaud. Nique Clifford. Come on, Whitey.
I already, yesterday on X, I don't know if you saw, I said it's irresponsible to get too excited about a summer league game. But Maxime Raynaud is the best player I've ever seen in any sport ever.
Choo-choo.
Yeah, I got my own hype bus going.
That's right.
Yeah.
So so you said you were roasting me about my summer league hype yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday you were just so annoyingly enthusiastic.
Yeah.
You know,
it's hope.
Sometimes
I woke up this morning with a smile on my face and a song in my heart. Didn't you?
I try to do that every morning.
That's right.
Alan.
But especially, it's a payday. Maxime Raynaud is, going to at least be an all-star once. Nique Clifford, top Swiss Army knife in the draft. Okay. What's there not to be happy about?
Good point. You know, you can be happy and still
Come
be
check
realistic.
out Capital Casino.
Exactly.
Today, there's been YouTube
guy Devin
stuff.
Carter struggled a little bit yesterday with his jump shot. He's being roasted in some corners of town today for some reason.
He is. Wait, did you hear me I did the radio thing. You always, hey, Alan, look, when I did traditional sports talk radio. Where is your panic meter with Devin Carter?
Don't blame that on me. I don't always say
no, you'll say, hey, Alan, when it comes to how sports talk radio is done, sometimes I color outside the lines.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And you're just one of my mentors that'll say, I probably wouldn't do that.
Oh, okay.
You know?
Well, some of your comparisons get me where you're like, this baseball player is like that a hot dog eater from the 30s.
Oh, wait, and I'm cooking one up. What was it, Kyle? Paulo Banchero and Justin Herbert. Just wait.
Oh yeah, he said Paulo Banchero is going to be like Justin Herbert.
He's a season away.
Okay.
A season away from being season away every year.
He's a season away.
Okay.
But the panic meter for Devin Carter. I'm at a
the Devin Carter first game of summer league panic meter.
No, it's been a thing.
No, it hasn't.
It has been a thing.
We literally have never done this.
No. I'm saying talking about Devin Carter. There's been a panic meter.
Being uncertain of how good he is and how good he can be. That's one thing. But panic.
Give me a number.
Panic meter?
Yes.
Well, I'm not panicking.
Are you saying but this is the Kyle thing. You're basically saying he doesn't deserve a panic meter.
I don't think you're doing something wrong if you're anything close to panicking about Devin Carter.
But that's what I'm saying. You're not saying there isn't a reason to panic.
You're saying,
I mean,
that's exactly what I'm saying.
You're not saying there's not a reason to panic. You're saying there should be no panic because of what Devin Carter is, or your expectations for Devin Carter. You can only have a panic meter if you have expectations for Devin Carter.
No, I'm just saying if you're panicking over Devin Carter, you're doing something really wrong.
Well,
you shouldn't go to Vegas. You should, stay home and take stock of things.
I'm at a soft 7.
Yeah.
I mean, I am.
Yeah.
He's letting it fly now.
Yeah.
I let it slide last segment, but he's just letting it fly.
That's just what it is.
I know that you've been, I'll say, anti-Devin Carter for a long time now.
That is not true. I did well. Yeah.
Would you say that, Kyle? You sit here and listen to him every day?
I would say he's gotten better only because when they drafted Devin Carter, he stormed out of the restaurant.
No, that's not
in
true.
disgust.
Don't put my business
Wow.
on. No. That's
What do you mean business? It's on video. Everyone can see it.
stormed is a strong
Nate
word.
was chasing you like a WWE cameraman.
Did that go viral too?
I was taking a call. I had a call.
That's not true at all.
I had to take a call. It was a very
We
important
can roll
call.
the tape.
That tape is gone now. I had to take a call, but I'm at a 7. Where are you at?
I'm not participating.
You
in
have
the
to.
panic meter for Devin Carter.
You have
then
to.
I'm at a 0. I'm not panicking.
Okay. What happens if he doesn't play well next game?
He has to make shots. It's just he's got to start making shots. Or is he a point guard? I don't know if he's a point guard. And a lot of people say that, not just you. But it's like it doesn't matter. You can't play any position if you can't make a jump shot and you're 6'2/6'3". So
yeah. That sounds like an 8.
Soft 8.
Soft 8. Come on, Whitey.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
It's one summer league game. There's nothing to panic about. Even 2 summer league games, even 3 or 4 summer league games.
Okay.
Look at Trae Young's the way he started summer league. He was terrible.
He's got to get on. Look, this kid's trying to get on the court, and I got Nique Clifford. The way that young fella looked.
You must have been panicking in the first half because he wasn't that good.
I wanted to see some things, but Maxime Raynaud had saved me because he was a god in that first half. What's coming up on the show today, Whitey?
Jerry Reynolds going to join us today.
Wow.
Jerry, who texted me yesterday to say
media entrance, Jerry Reynolds.
Nowitzki, who in the midst of Raynaud's.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then he texted today and said he didn't think he said the Kings are the Celtics of summer league or something like that.
Jerry gets it.
Yeah. So we'll talk to him today and then we'll catch up with Kyle. I don't think Kyle's going to be with us for the whole show, but of course we'll catch up with Kyle Draper and also, and I think he's already appeared on the station today, the high flyer, Henry Turner.
Okay. Well, he's on the morning show.
I believe he was on with J-Ross.
Is he in Vegas?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So
which you will be soon.
Yes. Do you want me to talk to anybody for you or any names that you want me to make sure I rub shoulders with?
Yeah, tell Shams I said what's up.
Okay.
Since you're talking to Shams.
Yeah, we'll get some conversations with Shams going. And, I'm thinking, Jake Fisher's another one. I just want to establish some.
You got to talk to Scott Perry since he follows you.
That's right. I got to get on. What did you think about some of the stuff that he said during the interview, during the game?
I might be a little overly optimistic on Nique Clifford, but that's what you're supposed to do. You have a perfect in with him. Hey, listen, I'm Allen Stiles. I just want to thank you for following me on X. I mean, you don't
thank people for that.
You do. If you're you and he is him, you do.
Everybody, no,
it just gives you an in.
I create ins. Create ins. It could be, it could be anything, but not that. I don't want to make it's not a big deal. Everyone makes a big deal out of it here. I don't make a big deal.
How do I know it? Because you told me.
No, I told you because Dave was talking about it. I didn't even notice. I
don't know that I would have noticed either if you hadn't told me.
I didn't tell you on the air.
Right. I know it was like kind of a flex.
Yeah.
This is true that Dave pointed it out.
Yeah.
But
okay.
Dave was upset, which made me happier about it.
Good. I understand that.
All right. Once he told him, it was game over.
So Monday, you're going to be coming to us from Las Vegas.
Yeah,
together.
and you never know who could pop up on that show. I'm just telling you now. You never know who's going to be
I just hope you're going to be.
I'm also
That's what I'm hoping for.
Brother, we all are. Given our YouTube situation, we all are.
And don't worry.
All right.
Don't you worry.
Allen Stiles making it on the show Monday. Panic meter. Soft 6.
Okay.
I'll be honest with you.
That's less than your Devin Carter take, which was an 8, which was an 8.
Right now, I'm at a soft 7, but check in with me on Monday. That might be all the way up.
That's right. Okay.
You got a false reading on me on the panic meter.
Okay, fair enough. Any other notes from the first Summer League game outside of those 3 guys?
Well, just to be fair, we do need to see what Maxime does against better competition. Let's just keep that in mind as well. Wonderful game, but I don't think. Let's see. He's got what's the guy? I'm going to say his name wrong on Phoenix. Mawalak. He's on their schedule. There's other centers, some good centers at the Kings. As of yet, we don't know if they're going to be playing them.
I mean, he just opens everything up for that offense, man. It's just beautiful. And then you got Nique, just a dog.
He's graceful, huh? I mean, when Raynaud gets to the basket, it's like, whoa, it's not especially quick and it's not really athleticism. I don't know, but it's very graceful.
Yeah.
It's a French thing. I don't know.
It is. Paris. They owe me some money.
Paris, France?
I'm telling you.
By the way, the way you say goat in French, because he's the goat, I think it's chèvre. So he's the goat.
Chèvre.
Yeah, I may be saying that wrong.
Chèvre.
Maxime Raynaud.
Maxime Raynaud. This is what happens when you just say the name. When you say the name that you're supposed to say, you get Maxime Raynaud. And I'm coming to you live on Monday from Vegas. We think, hopefully, Whitey Gleason, Kyle Draper for a little bit, and Jay Johnson got you for the next 4 hours. Drive, guys. Don't you move. If you're going to the State Fair, say what's up to your boy. I'll be at the Ludacris concert. Thank you, Kyle, as always. Thanks to Jacob
Stay
Wilson.
hydrated at the fair.
Yes, stay hydrated
Allen.
at the fair. Yes, and my wife definitely needs to
as
well. Jacob Wilson, thank you for joining the show. Tyler Rucker, thank you for joining the show. And Brendan Nunez, of course, thanks for joining the show. We will talk to you on Monday. Until then, secure the bag. Like the beam.
Oxtails, ribs, cornbread, greens.
Don't forget my podcast.
Gotta go.
Come check out Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Plenty of well-lit parking available, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. And remember, Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Giant Summer Sale is here. Get giant savings on our Giant selection only at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save during the Honda Summer Event and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. See all our specials at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
The Hagen Oaks Cutting Edge Putter Fitting Studio offers you more technology, more choices, and more service. Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. With $30,000 worth of state-of-the-art technology ready for your fitting, Hagen Oaks will help you make your best putting stroke while finding the best putter design, shape, hosel, length, and loft for your game. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531 for more.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports